With that mighty Skywalker blood, and in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
You might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're
Nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary. 'Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Well, what's that then? I've heard worse. You liar! Come on, you pansy! Victory is mine. Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one. I have you now. What? You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom. Cocainum. Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it. May the force be with us.
Greetings, program! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Star Wars Return of the Jedi, Not My Star Wars Deep Dive Part 2. You must confront Vader, as Grandmaster Yoda had said, and we will certainly get to that. I was in the middle of eating an ice cream cone, so I had a little delay there. How's everyone? Good to see you. If you have YouNow and you don't mind, please go over there and look. Leave some likes. Leave a free gift. It helps. I understand some of you don't have it. Some of you don't have like a separate device to watch on. I totally get it. No problem. But if you can, I appreciate it. As far as YouNow over there, I can see the chat on my other laptop. I will be watching and I will be interacting with you guys as well. Like YouTube is my main stream, so I'm streaming from YouTube over, and I also wanted to test it this way. So anyone that comes in YouNow, if you can let me know if you can hear, you should be able to see and hear everything fine. So with that said, let's see what you guys are talking about. Greetings, Roberto. Nice to see you. Sorry I didn't email you back, but one, I've been so busy, and two, I did mention in the last stream, so I'm pretty sure you heard me. Again, thank you. That was an awesome email. I really appreciated it, and thank you. Greeted, exalted ones. Hello there, 88DJ. For some reason, I'm blocked from YouNow. It says Google stopped YouNow from getting... What the hell? You probably have to allow some permissions. How are you doing it? On your phone or on your computer? You shouldn't be blocked. That's very strange. I've never heard that. So must be some settings in your permissions. Because that shouldn't happen. You signed in with Google, I assume? Because I signed in with Google, so I don't have any problem on 2 accounts. So that's strange. Maybe sign out, sign back in. Bring the pain, Danny boy. Cobra Kai. Hell yeah. They've done 3 great seasons. Let's hope they keep it up. Hello. I nearly fall asleep. At a certain part or just random? I'm not playing that game today, so you're out of there. There's got to be something, or permission or something. Hello there, Ryan. Glad to see you. Thanks for coming by. MJ, good to see you. Number 10. Like hype. Cobra Kai, yeah. I haven't seen it. I've been so busy, but I did hear about it. I need to watch it. But they've done a great job so far, so you know. But I do need to check it out. Well, I'm glad I could be there for you. Hold on one sec. A piece of chocolate from my cone fell. Sick what? Stomach ache? Flu? Sick of Disney? Sick of taxes? I'm signed out. I can't sign in with it saying I'm not allowed to go in because YouNow is doing something I'm okay with it doing. Weird. That's very strange. That's weird. I haven't had any problems. I haven't seen anything like that. I don't know what to tell you. I wish I could give you some guidance, but I don't know what. I don't know. Can you sign in with a different email, maybe? A different Google account, if you have one? Or try signing in directly with email, or what do they have? Twitter or Facebook? I don't know. Greetings, Wes. I retweeted the teaser, so if you go to my timeline, it should be one of my recent tweets. Okay, yeah, check it out afterwards. Cool. Silver is back. This is the way to interstate reinstate. Is that what you meant? The old and new into an IP? Integrate. Okay, I see. I've seen some people going back to Return of the Jedi and saying the entire Jabba's palace sequence doesn't make sense. I don't know how they could say that. It's one of the greatest scenes in all of Star Wars, so I don't understand that. Makes perfect sense to me. Where we left off was when they're leaving Tatooine after Jabba's, so thus Luke is going to see Grandmaster Yoda. Private stuff. What private stuff? My Lego videos? I've got my last name a secret, my address. What's there for you now to find? Is that what it is? YouNow's asking for permissions to look at your account stuff and you're not wanting to give it permission? Is that what it is? I know what you look like. You're that yellow Lego dude with the the comb over. If you're not allowing some permissions, that might be what it is. But it's not like it doesn't look at your. It's not going to see your picture or anything like that. It might see your avatar, but that's about it. The reason it's asking for permissions is because it links to YouTube and you can stream from there to YouTube. That's the only thing I can think is that you're not giving it full permissions. but it doesn't like go through your contacts or anything like that. I mean, well, it might look at your Facebook contacts if you connect that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Without seeing what you're seeing, I can't. We all know what you look like, man. Jar Jar Abrams admitted they didn't have a plan. Yes. I mean, not like I haven't made a dozen videos on that, but yes, we know. Too funny. People say the Jabba's palace sequence makes no sense. Their butts sucking canal water. Yes. That's so ridiculous. How can you not understand, or how can that not make sense? Me too. Jabba's palace is awesome. Some of the best Star Wars. I'm letting them looking at my account. Google just doesn't want them to do it. That's strange. I've never had that problem. There's one thing you can do that might fix it. If you go into your Google account, right? I don't know if you're like signed into YouTube or it's either way. If you're on your Google, here, let me see. So I can actually tell you how to get there. If you go to if you go to account, I don't know what that is. Just a moment. Mine's off, so it probably shouldn't make any difference, but if you go to your account, then security, and then less secure apps, turn that on. That sometimes lets certain apps get in that Google tries to block. Outside of that, this is the only thing I can really think of, and mine was off, so it wasn't affecting it. That's very strange. I don't know if you sent me a screenshot or something. I don't know. I can't really tell you if I can't see what's going on. Google doesn't want them to. That's very weird. I thought it was weird too. I always enjoyed the scene with suspense before Luke jumps off the plank. Absolutely. That's definitely one of the best scenes in all of Star Wars. Jabba's palace sequence shows how Luke is less reckless and more methodical in planning the rescue and escape. If Luke at the beginning of Empire staged it, he and his friends would be dead and Leia enslaved. Possibly. All it asks for is my email and password. I give it, and Google says, fuck you. Man, I don't know. That's really weird. I don't know what's going on with that. You do a late video and dead girl showed up. Yeah. Yeah, it was good to see her. All right, all right. Well, I suppose we can get right into it as I aren't talking too much. If you have any questions, requests, whatever. That reminds me, the documentary will, if all goes well, come out Sunday or Monday. It'll probably be ready for Sunday, but I don't know if you guys would rather it be on Sunday or on Memorial Day, Monday. So if you would like to comment, I can always put it out on Monday, if anything. Premiered on Monday, rather. Just a moment. Got to switch my... All right, my earphones aren't working. Why? Oh, Lordy. Just a moment. Now is not the time for technical difficulties. All right, it says it's setting it up. Come on. Alrighty, we're stuck. What's going on here? What the hell? Yes, I'm having problems. What's going on with the damn earphones? Come on, man. Wow, what is the problem? Why is this thing freezing? Oh, Lord. I don't know what's going on with this tonight. It's like freezing on me. Hello, McFly. Come on, StreamYard. Mic is working. The earphones, for some reason, what the hell? I wonder if it's the YouNow Sorry, guys. I don't know. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me now? Hello. Should be working. For some reason, my earphones aren't working. There we go. All right. Lord. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The browser like twitched out. I don't know what happened there, but Los Quinteros. Hello there. Thanks for joining. The stream will come right back. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The browser like froze or something stupid. All right. I lost all the chat. What the hell? No, I can't. Okay. Hold on a moment. Let me first catch up back on this chat, and then I'll. The browser like got stuck. All right. Jar Jar, people, jumps a plank. Do you believe it was Luke, I am your father, or no, I am your father? No, I am your father. That's funny. Everybody seems to remember it as Luke, but it's no. James, make a new account and password for YouNow? Yeah, maybe. I'm ready for the documentary. I hate the Cosmonaut Variety Hour on Return of the Jedi and why it sucks. I'm dumb. Yeah, let me know if you guys would rather it's Sunday or Memorial Day Monday. In other words, what's a better time that you'll have time to sit down and enjoy it, and also maybe get some friends, family members. This thing's going to be a big thing, so again, like I said the other day, treat it like a movie, like you're going to the movies. Oh, nerd, Chigu. Let's see. Now is not the time for fear. That comes later. Bane, the Dark Knight Rises. Heavy rain outside and the cat is going bonkers. What kind of cat, Tabby? The dogs, it's Snow, I am your father. The Luke, I am your father, is Mandela effect. Why don't you make like a tree and get out of here? Make like a tree and leaf. Muted, happy belated Star Wars Day. I missed the earlier stream. Favorite Star Wars memory, recent or long, long ago? Hey, Anthony, thanks for coming by. Oh, man, somebody asked me that. It's too many. I love so many things about Star Wars. It's just too many. One of them is the speeder bikes in Endor. I love those bikes. I love Luke on the above the Sarlacc pit. All the Boba Fett stuff, like on Empire when he's taking off from Cloud City and Leia comes out and is shooting at him, and she's like, "No." So many different. It's impossible for me to say favorite memory. There's so many, too many things. All of it. YouNow seems like trouble. I don't know why it's trouble. It works fine for me. I have 2 accounts, 2 laptops working fine. Oh yeah, I'm sorry I missed being part of the Star Wars Day stream, but I'm glad to have watched it afterwards. Yeah, I saw that you commented on there. I'm glad you got to see it. You need to check out Cosmonaut Variety Hour Star Wars videos, not just some, all of them, to really understand what kind of fan he is. I don't know that I really want to, though. He sounds like a dumbass. At least Cosmonaut thinks Rebels sucks. Can wait to check out Girls with Saber streams and see them reacting to me, correcting everything and asking everything and asking questions. Oh, you're going to have a blast there if that's what you want to do. Okay, where are we at? The only thing I agree with the Disney stuff, the Rebel sucks. It looks like they are trying to patch every hole in Star Wars universe with the Bad Batch. Yeah. Oh, I totally forgot that an episode came out today. I didn't even think about it. So don't care. I was busy making a real Star Wars documentary. So anyways, like I said, it'll probably be ready Sunday, but I don't know if you guys prefer to see it on Sunday or Monday for the premiere. If you let me know, I will. If a lot of you want it on Monday, I can do that. We'll see. It might not be ready till Monday, but I'm just saying. That's weird, man. I don't have any problems with YouNow. All right. Yeah, I literally totally forgot about it. Sunday. You didn't miss much. They just get the Rancor and Jabba's palace from episode 6. Really? What? They show how they capture the Rancor to put it in Jabba's palace? Cosmonaut Variety Hour is a dumbass if he hates Return of the Jedi. He's not a Star Wars fan. Yep, that pretty much says it all right there. Of course, an episode made to give fan service to keep people staying. Yes, indeed. It's the Rancor. Take my money. Yes. Oh, too funny. Too funny. I do love the Rancor. That's another moment I love is Luke under the palace with the Rancor. When the Rancor picks up the Gamoran guard and chomps him in half, pulls him up. Love that. The bone in his teeth. And he crunches it. Take my money. Just got played a little bit of Just played a little bit of Republic Commando. It's awesome so far. Oh, cool. The remaster or whatever. Cool. What's up, Deck 2 next? Everyone is saying the Rancor is female. Okay. I don't know why it really matters. I don't remember if Rancors are female and male. I'd have to look that up. But I don't know why that even really matters, but okay. It's funny. It wouldn't surprise me being Disney. Why no Jedi Finn? Because Disney hates Star Wars. Because the people that make Star Wars hate the franchise and they hate you. That's why. They have no respect for it. They had no plan for it. And they don't know what they're doing or what they have when they bought Star Wars. That's why. Because they're a bunch of dumbasses. Does that answer your question? And because they're racist also. They pander and they say they're down for, diversity, but in reality they're racist. Thus they destroyed Finn, and thus they removed him from the posters. The Rancor was so awesome when I was young. Yeah, I love the Rancor. Yeah. I don't know why, but yeah. The thing with Bad Batch is that the concept already existed in Star Wars and was done much better. Republic Commando is much better than Bad Batch. Oh, I'm sure 1,000 times better. Bad Batch is Dave Filoni's fan fiction. That's his little masturbation. It's stupid. Always felt bad for the Ula and Gamorrean. Yeah. Poor Ula. The Rancor's trans. Don't be sexist. Yeah, you're right. You got it. The biggest problem is they erase good lore and replace it with terrible lore. Correct. Ding. You win the prize. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Winner, winner, Rancor dinner. Yes, indeed. J.J. Abrams pretty much confirmed this. Correct. Hey, you didn't raise hands. That was awesome when Rancor ate one of the Jabba's guards. The effects are really cool for that as well. Yes. For those of you that might not know, the Rancor at first was a full suit. And they were like trying to walk around. And it just looked goofy. So Phil Tippett made basically a hand puppet. That's the head and like a good part of its body. That's why like a lot of scenes you just kind of see up close, like the face and stuff. Some of it was stop motion. But a lot of the main scenes was Phil Tippett's hand inside of a puppet head. Yeah. Disney is racist. They simp for the Chinese market. They sure do. They sure do. We need that. And we need this.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
And I think we need this.
One last target, and no one will be able to stop me.
I can't imagine that.
Oh, man. What can I say?
Star Wars. It's a journey, y'all.
No worries. You're going to have a lot of
fun.
All you have to do is
fade in.
And remember,
spider sense is tingling. What's next?
Ray's hand can't get cut off until, or it will hurt women. Yes, correct. Heaven forbid she loses a limb. I can't wait to see Shang-Chi in China. Oh, wait. Yes. Revenge of the Jedi, correct. John Cena is going to emergency spine surgery as he no longer has a spine. Wow, that's funny. I used to love him wrestling. I heard that recently he did some dumb China thing, so oh well, what can you do? Money makes people stupid sometimes. With Star Wars, Ian Malcolm said it best. You read what others had done and you took the next step. Yeah. F9 will probably not be shown either in China or Taiwan. You can't see me. Correct. You cannot see John Cena. Wes's obsession with Uba Uba is hilarious. It's actually Roberto that's probably more obsessed. He's the one that got me to get the Uba Uba. But yes, Wes seems to like it as well. It's a journey, y'all. Uba Uba is awesome. I love Uba Uba. That reminds me, Dave Filoni shows Anakin and Padme Anakin and Padme together in Clone Wars Season 7 when she's visibly pregnant, even though he doesn't find out until Episode 3. Correct. They don't see each other for several months. They don't even speak, and he's totally shocked that she's pregnant. Meanwhile, Dave Filoni's got her with the belly hanging out. So stupid. Dave Filoni's so fucking stupid. And the reason he does that is because he thinks and assumes you're stupid, that you're not going to notice, that you're not going to care. You're just going to be like, oh my God, it's so cute. It's so adorable. You can see Padme's tummy. Meanwhile, you're breaking the whole fucking story, you dumbass. Dave Filoni's such a fucking twit. You didn't earn knowledge for yourselves, so you don't take any responsibility for it. You stood on the shoulders of geniuses to accomplish something as fast as you could. And before you even knew what you had, you patented it, packaged it, slapped it on a plastic lunchbox, and now you're selling it. You want to sell it. Well, you're so preoccupied with whether or not they could that they didn't stop to think they should. Correct. Creation is another, and it is an act of sheer will. Next time, it will be flawless. Yeah. Hello there, Adaptive. Nice to see you, bro. Is it the journey about a hero growing into a villain, terrorizing the galaxy until he does the right thing? No, it's about Ray's hand. Correct. It's all about Ray's hand. Taiwan is a country. China, apologize, or no Fast and Furious 9 in China. What's Uba Uba? Come on, man. You know what Uba Uba is. On Not My Star Wars, you know what Uba Uba is.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
Or are you asking, like, what is the translation of what is Uba? That I don't know. I assume that she's saying, like, you know, it's okay, be calm, stay calm. That's how I take it. I don't know the exact. Thank you for subscribing, Eli Sanchez Tarraga. Some of the worst things imaginable have happened with the best intentions. Yeah. Some of the best things imaginable have happened with the worst intentions. Hello, hello. I hate when women are pregnant. They wrap their arms around their bellies. Yeah, they sure do. You probably would too if you had a big old belly, a big jelly bean inside your belly. Luke lost his hand. Let's give him Ray's hand. She can clone herself now. Correct. Hello. Uba is the robot scoops the child as the robot scoops the child. Did you guys talk about Jar Jar Abrams commenting that, well, geezer, maybe we should have had a plan and actual story when making the sequels? Just briefly. I was going to make a video, but I'm more focused on the documentary, and you know, it's old news. It's not like it's my very first video. If you have not watched it, go watch it. The Rise of Skywalker was finished yesterday. I talk about that. That was November of 2019. So before Rise of Skywalker comes out. So yeah. I mean, it's funny because he's kind of, you know, mentioned it in different ways in different times, but you know, yet again, plus Daisy a while ago said that, Finn said that, they all have said it. I remember Oscar Isaac, they were asking him like, how is it to work on Star Wars? He's like, well, it's really different, you know, trying to play your character, not knowing anything about your character or what's going to happen. It's like they literally didn't tell them anything. They just, here, read this line. And I know that sometimes in movies they do that because they want to keep shit secret. But you tend to tell your actors like a synopsis of your arc and like who you are and what you're going to do so that you can, you know, portray that. But no, they didn't tell them anything. Not because of secret, because they had no fucking clue of what they were going to do. No clue whatsoever. Asking you shall receive.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
Ray can force heal her hand back on. Yeah, true. She's like a salamander. Oh boy. Geez, not geezer. No worries. We didn't have a plan when Jar Jar ruined Star Trek. That too. That is true. Daisy really saying female characters can't have flaws. Yes. I've seen that video. She's another dumbass. What an airhead. That a bottle of moonshine? Where are you seeing moonshine? Oh, this? Yes. 10,000 proof. Now it's water. Moonshine. I'd be like, moonshine's no joke, man. That's a hell of a bottle, too. Jeez, I'd be so drunk. I want my... What is that? Bread? Box? Not sure what that is. And cheap, so I can go back home to my banking job and postration in Alexandria postration and prostate avert back home to Coruscant. Wow. That was a complicated comment. Hello there, Paul Williams. Oh, Uba, yes. Uba. Uba. What really infuriated me was when the Raylos got their garbage into the movie, then got upset because it wasn't exactly the way they wanted it. Yes. Which I think is hilarious because I think JJ did that just to go against Ryan like he did everything else in the movie because everybody knew that they were trying to ship those two, and then the novel comes out and says, no, there was just a kiss of appreciation. And JJ actually said that in an interview too. It's hilarious. And yet the Raylos still don't want to let it go. Remember when George gave Christopher Lee a whole essay on Count Dooku before the cameras even started rolling? Yeah, that's George Lucas. That's real Star Wars, not Disney. It's pretty sad. I love Star Wars, and I love a lot of facets of it, but it's pretty sad when you have an entire channel and an entire community that all you care about is a mass murderer being shipped with a Mary Sue. Like, that's your whole Star Wars experience. That's all you care about is Ben should have been redeemed. Instead of enjoying Star Wars and caring about the story, and your priority is that they need to be shipped. How freaking sad. You've totally missed the point of the movie. You didn't even enjoy the movie because you're worried about a ridiculous relationship. So stupid. Why people laugh at that Padme died with a broken heart, like it's possible, right? Medically, no, it shouldn't be possible, but I would not be surprised if someone or a few people in the history of the world died from a broken heart. Imagine losing your entire family or the only person that you love, and your world would be crushed. I'm talking about true love, not like, oh, she's hot, I hate to lose her, or lust, or I'm talking about like for real, you could be crushed. Could you technically die from that? I mean, they say physically no, but Star Wars is romantic. So girls have a flaw once a month. Yeah, can't argue that. JJ gonna ruin Superman. Sure is. Black Superman. Get it correct. So Grogu and Rey can heal. Anakin must have been pissed off. Hey, Anakin, he's a chump. Who cares? Anakin didn't do anything. He's nobody. It's all about Rey because she's the bestest ever. PMS. So Daisy thought her career was over with Star Wars. Now she wants to come back to Star Wars. Yes. Sure does. Freaking force healing. You should hear me go off on force healing when someone tries saying they like the Soiquels. Stupid Anakin not thinking of force healing Padme. I probably sound like a Raylo. Why does Anakin turn to the dark side? Why does he become Darth Vader? To save Padme. Hello. How fucking dumb do you have to be to believe that force healing is a thing? How fucking airheaded are you to think that force healing is a thing? The whole point of why Anakin turns to the dark side, Darth Vader, the whole reason that Luke has to redeem him, the whole freaking story of Star Wars is because you can't fucking force heal, Dave Filoni. But he's going to save Star Wars. Oh yeah, they can make 1,000 shows, but they screwed up the movies, and that's what Star Wars is. TV shows, comic books, all that stuff, that's cute little fringy extra shit. The movies are what is Star Wars. And they fucked that up. Big time. I'll admit, I get triggered, and I've never even seen the Soiquels besides the Force Awakens. Yeah. It's so freaking dumb. It's so freaking stupid. Make them kiss. Here you go, Raylo. Not kiss like that. Give them a sex scene. Yes. You think we'll ever see Vader in something again, whether animation or live action? Maybe the end of Bad Batch, other than the Obi-Wan series. Mark my words, you are going to see Ahsoka, Grogu, and Vader in the Bad Batch. It might be the last 2 minutes of the last episode, but you are going to see Grogu, Ahsoka, and Vader in the Bad Batch. Why? Because Dave Filoni's a dumbass. That's why. I guarantee it. You are going to see Grogu, Ahsoka, and Vader in the Bad Batch. So yes. It's possible. Carrie Fisher's mother died from a broken heart. Debbie Reynolds. Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's impossible. Is it very rare? Yes. You have to truly love someone. And that's the thing. A lot of people think they love something or someone, but a lot of people don't truly understand love or hate. Some people say, you're such a hater. You're hate this. Do you know the definition of hate? Because hate is like trying to destroy, burn down the world, not, calling out Disney for their stupidity. It's totally different. It's not impossible. Imagine if I only liked Star Wars because of the one scene with Bosk, and he's the only character I talk about. Yep. Especially something so unconsequential, something so irrelevant, something that didn't even happen, that they want to insist. Oh, there was total, you could see them look how they look at each other, they're totally in love, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, holy fuck. He wants to kill her. He's stalking her the whole time. How could he be so dumb? Do you think the theory that Palpatine drained the life force from Padme to give it to Anakin is possible? No. I don't know where that theory came from, but that's ridiculous. No, he did not drain any life force from Anakin or from Padme. No. She died because of love. Because of a broken heart. Final Fantasy X had the hero Titus. Yes, loved Titus. Mother died of a broken heart. Yes. When his father disappeared and never returned. Correct. Titus was my homie. Remember, she didn't die in childbirth. She lost the will to live. Yeah. Because she wasn't going to kill her children. Love can't save you, Raylo. Only my newfound powers can do that. Correct. Can I get a Sith Lord during the Disney shit? Nope. Not just Ray. Ray's hand. Yes. Ray's hand is the key to everything. Jar Jar used to be. Now Ray's hand is. And why people laugh at Darth Vader? No, he can't say no normal because of the mask. That's true. But also, I've mentioned it before that George Lucas loved comic books. And I always imagine that last part where he's like this, that it's like a page out of a comic. It's a panel out of a comic book. So imagine in the really cartoony letters, no. That's how I always took that scene, that it's a comic panel. So, and George Lucas loves comic books. That's how I always interpreted that. Padme lost her love, lost her country, lost her friends, and learned the father of her to-be-born kids just killed kids. No wonder childbirth killed her. Yeah. She literally lost everything in a moment because he turned to a Sith. The thing is, you have to give Padme credit. She truly loved Anakin. So, her world was shattered. And some people are kind of extreme with that, like, I'll only love one person, and if that person's gone, that's it forever. I can never love anyone else. My life is over. I very much believe in very deep love, but not to the point of I would die, because there's always other people. You could always fall in love again. Would it be the same or as good or whatever? Who knows? But some people are very extreme like that, and that was Padme. Again, those movies are meant to be in the 1940s style and very romantic. The Force Unleashed 2 made more sense than the Super Trilogy. It sure did. The Skywalker Saga 1 through 6 is the Star Wars saga. Correct. Thank you for subscribing, TJ Carr. I thought you already were subscribed. What's going on there? I know I recognize that name. And should the Obi-Wan show be called Ben Kenobi. A lot of people wanted to be called Hello There. I don't really care what it's called because it's just going to fuck up the OT. So, you know, the second Vader and Obi-Wan cross paths, they just broke the entire OT. So, and knowing Disney, they're going to fuck it up. So just be prepared because you saw Jake Skywalker, right? Well, guess who's coming next? Obi-Wan. They're going to fuck that show up real good. Luke's mom had a nice ass. She sure certainly did. I just want to watch Vader killing those fuckers. Yeah. I feel bad for Obi-Wan and Padme for losing Anakin to the dark side. They really cared for him, and when he turned to the dark side, they were really heartbroken. Yeah, absolutely. That's, again, the point. Lucas always shows you what you need to see. That's why Obi-Wan goes to Tatooine and keeps his happy ass right there and doesn't go out fighting and searching and doing extra shit. He knows that he failed Anakin, and he knows that he has a responsibility much greater than him or anyone else to protect that child. Why? Because that child is the only chance of bringing balance back. Obi-Wan and Yoda understood this. They were too old to keep gallivanting and go fight. So, I mean, granted, Obi-Wan was still pretty young in Sith, but that's the point, is that it has to be about Luke. That Luke is going to redeem his father and bring balance back. Luke is the one that brings balance, not Vader. Vader's the chosen one. Anakin is the chosen one, but the one that brings balance is Luke. And that's why Obi-Wan, it is important that he stays on Tatooine and just watches Luke, not going around and doing other shit. And that's why the Obi-Wan show is going to fuck it all up, because now they're going to have him doing all this extra shit and meeting Vader and doing all this nonsense. Oh, well. At this point, who cares? I mean, they've already totally broken Star Wars, so he confronts the Bad Batch and kills them all. There we go. And several weeks of my life won't be wasted. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. We're going to see Maul in future projects like the Bad Batch. It's possible. It is very possible. There's a good chance we're going to see Maul somewhere in Bad Batch. Stocks Bella girls. Oh my God, he's so sexy. Yes. Stock market, or stock like a stock, STALK. If I was stalking someone, I would be in jail right now. Hey D, good to see you. Greetings. I didn't think you were going to be up at this hour to stop by, but glad to see you. Obi-Wan warned her. She just didn't want to believe it. Yes. He sure did. Tragedy of Anakin and Padme was their love became the death of her, correct? And the funny, ironic part of it is it's a bit like Romeo and Juliet. Why? Because it's been so long, but if I remember correctly, the order of Romeo kills himself for Juliet, and then Juliet sees that, but he doesn't. I forget what it is, but he doesn't actually kill himself. Like the poison doesn't work or some shit. So then she kills herself, thinking that he is dead. It's been so long, I don't remember the order and the exact, but basically that, right? The irony of that they did it to themselves. And it's the same thing that, Anakin, that vision that he had could have been one path, or it could have been a vision of himself that he's going to turn dark, and thus he's the one that actually kills her. He doesn't explore the possibility that that vision could be wrong. He doesn't go to Yoda and say, hey, I see that Padme dies. She's pregnant. She's my wife. I know I fucked up. I know this is against the Jedi code. But what am I supposed to do? And Yoda would have, consulted him. They can't really kick him out of the order. I mean, he's the chosen one, for Christ's sake. He didn't go to Obi-Wan or anybody and say, hey, I've got this problem. You know what I mean? So Anakin, in reality, does it to himself. I'm about at the top of my lungs by now in discussions. The entire arc of Anakin going to the dark side is to save Padme. Now yelling by this point, Force healing doesn't exist. Correct. And even though this is what if, I feel Padme and maybe Anakin should have been allowed to raise Luke and Leia, but that fact that she was denied, that truly is unfair. Well, but why was she denied? Because Anakin fucked up. You know what I mean? Had Anakin gone to Yoda and said, look, I know I screwed up. I went against the code, but I love Padme. I married her. She's pregnant. I'm having visions that she's going to die. What am I supposed to do? They would have made an exception. They would have found a way. They would have, they would have done something. He's the chosen one. He's one of the biggest heroes in the Clone Wars for the Republic. I mean, and let that be a lesson to any of you, because some of you are younger, that the only stupid question is the question you don't ask. A true wise person, your elders, is never going to be upset if you genuinely come to them and say, please help me. I don't understand. I'm in trouble. I have a problem. I'm worried. Where you get fucked up is when you don't bring it up, you don't talk about it, and then you make this big snowball and the mess is much larger than you come to someone like me and you're like, well, here's this big old mess. Deal with it. That's why parents get mad at kids, because kids from the beginning don't say, hey, I goofed. I made this little mistake. What should I do? It's called humility. It's called not being embarrassed. It's called being willing to learn and take a small L instead of hiding it and creating a bigger mess. And now you got to take a real big L and drag everyone else into it with you. So always remember that the only stupid questions are the ones that you do not ask. Because you not knowing something is everything. It doesn't matter if everyone else laughs at you or thinks they're so smart and they know. You know what? Usually when you ask a question and everybody laughs, they're laughing because they don't know the answer. They're just trying to make it look like they know the answer. Because someone with wisdom would never have a problem with someone younger or not as wise coming to them for an answer. And Anakin, as we know, did not have humility. That's one of the biggest parts of his downfall, his ego, his hard-headedness. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Padme still had enough strength to hold her and name her kids at least once before handing them off to at that point. Basically, the last hope, who in turn will raise the new hope. Correct. Indeed. Indeed. Let's see what we got. Nice. I was just looking over on YouNow. Prosthetic Fluid Gecko. That's a cool name. You can't hear anything prosthetic? I had to change. Damn it, man. Prosthetic, can you hear now? If you're still around. Can anyone hear? Man, that sucks. Let's see. I think when the mic nonsense was happening, it YouNow is really awesome when you're just doing YouNow, but doing in both multi-streaming, it's tricky. Because I don't go through YouNow to YouTube. I'm doing two separate. Oh well, hopefully that fixed it on that end. That sucks. Padme still had enough strength to hold. Right. Hello there. On top of your hello there. Hey there. That guy says. No need to thank me. It's good to see another channel that thinks like I do about the saga. Oh yeah. I am not my Star Wars after all. Good to see you there, TJ. The naming could have been planned. The naming of the kids or the naming of the sequels. The Force Unleashed 2 is one of my favorite games. Unlike most Disney fans, I realize it can't be canon and don't selfishly wish it was, even though it would break canon, but I still enjoy it. No, absolutely. All the thing in the all the stuff in the Lucas era, a lot of it was never canon. But it was Star Wars universe. It was still official Star Wars. It was still true and respectful to Star Wars. Here's the thing. Canon means what is official, the official story. But that doesn't mean you can't have side stuff that's unofficial, but still be in the same vein, still be respectful, still be Star Wars. The problem is that Disney took it to a whole other level, and it's not even Star Wars. Never mind that it's canon. It's just nonsense. In the famous words of Dave Chappelle, spaghetti, spaghetti, spaghetti. Spaghetti, spaghetti. Anakin brought balance. Luke was the catalyst for turning him back, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, you could look at it that way too. I just always say that Luke is the one that brings balance because Anakin was lost. What brings Anakin back? Luke. So therefore, who truly brings the balance back to the galaxy? Who's truly the hero? Luke. The story is Anakin's story. Anakin is the chosen one. There is no denying that. He could have been the greatest of all the Jedi had he not been a knucklehead. But that's why I say Luke in reality is the one that brings balance, because he's the one that stays to the light, that does the good, and that ultimately turns Vader back. By turning Vader back, there's the balance. Luke did that. Vader didn't do it on his own. So Vader kills the Sith, destroys the Sith, and restores, order or freedom to the galaxy. But what makes him do that? Luke. Fist bumps all around. Stalking, yes, not stalking. Yes. Was a tragic anti-hero who lost everything. He sure did. But why did he lose everything? Because he was a knucklehead. Because he assumed he was going to lose everything. He didn't lose Padme till he lost his shit and ended up losing her. He felt that he had to rule the galaxy to make sure that he doesn't lose anything. When in reality, if he would have just chilled out, he would have had Padme, his kids. He would have had it all. But you see, his stupidity, his selfishness, his hard-headedness cost him everything. It is tragic, but at the end of the day, I mean, the definition of tragedy is like something terrible that happens. So it is tragic, but to me, it's like a tragedy is something that happens to you or that you go through. Whereas Anakin didn't really go through a tragedy. Anakin was the tragedy. He chose that. You know what I mean? He was a dumbass like that. So, I mean, it is tragic. The whole story is tragic, and yeah, you know. But at the end of the day, it's Anakin's own fault. You know what I mean? He gave in. He went to the devil. He chose that. Why? Because agreed. He couldn't let go. Dave Filoni. How is Anakin the chosen one if Palpatine is like, yeah, you're right. Anakin is not the chosen one, and there was no balance. You are correct. It's all about Rey's hand. Rey's hand. I always wonder why Anakin never thought to think why he wasn't in the visions with her. Why didn't it cross his mind that he could have potentially been the threat that kills her? Correct. And in reality, I mean, I've never heard specifically from Lucas explaining that, but that's what I believe he's showing you, is that he's seeing that because that's the path he's on. If he would have just stayed good, that those visions would have been something else. But his visions were showing him that you're going to fail yourself, dude, that you're weak and you're going to fucking do the wrong thing. You need to take a different path. His visions were trying to warn himself that you need to take another path, and he wasn't listening. What I was saying the other day on YouNow, if you listen, the earth talks to you. Well, so does the universe. And Anakin didn't listen, especially someone that's so powerful. He didn't listen. Had he listened, and also, again, been humble and gone to Obi-Wan or Yoda or anybody, but especially Obi-Wan and Yoda, he would have gotten through it. I'm not trying to be sexist or anything, but I feel like some girls are so stupid, sometimes saying, oh, the psychopaths and villains are so cute and sympathetic that it's not the whole point of the story. Yes. Can't argue that. Don't make me kill you. You will subscribe. Mace even told Anakin not to follow him and the other masters because Mace knew since episode 1, Anakin is a rebel and will take matters in his own hands. Mace said he would have earned his trust even. Yes. Anakin was right there, you know, to be greatness, but he was impatient and selfish and greedy and only worried about himself. Because at the end of the day, it wasn't about saving Padme. It was about him losing that great ass. That's his wife. He loves her. I'm not saying, you know, it was just that. But I was being a little bit funny. But you understand? Like, he was like, oh, shit, I can't lose her. So it was really about Anakin. It had nothing to do with saving Padme for Padme because he truly loved her. It was because he didn't want to lose her. That's what that was about. It was about him. And that's where he screwed up. Hey, Jaden Smith, can you hear? I was having audio issues earlier. Can you hear? Does everything sound okay? Told Anakin not to follow. Yep. You got it. Romeo takes poison thinking Joliet is dead, but she's just in a deep, lifeless sleep. then wakes up as Romeo takes the poison to be with her and dies. Yes. She then kisses him, hoping. Padme taught Anakin force choke. She's kinky like that. Oh, that's true. Can't argue that one. The Masters wanted to help Anakin, but they wouldn't help him if he didn't help himself. Correct. And sometimes that's what you got to do. And you have to be humble. Lonely drop to help her along the way. If I remember correctly, I love the Leo and Claire version. Very well modernized. Yeah, it was okay. Been a long time since I've seen it. Not buying Disney Star Wars merchandise sure does save me a lot of money. I mean, no, who likes money, right? Yes. I'm right there with you. Disney sure doesn't like money. That's pretty obvious. Yep. I haven't bought a single Star Wars thing, and I can't even remember how long. What I meant, I didn't even pay for the movies. I got to see them all free. What I meant by it being unfair that Padme didn't get the chance to raise her kids is that she should have had the strength to hold on for her kids. Yeah, that is true. It is just a kind of a weird dynamic, but again, it's meant to be a tragedy, right? An irony. If those kids, not that necessarily Padme was thinking this way, but if those kids had grown up on Naboo, one, they would be constantly in danger because, you know, you have to think about it. If Padme was alive and she had the kids, Anakin's going to be coming all the time for those kids. So Padme would have never had any peace. Where is she going to go? Naboo? He's obviously going to go there. So she'd be running all over the galaxy just to hide those kids. You have to think of like the consequences. It wouldn't be so simple as her like, Anakin, pay your child support. You know, it's not, it wouldn't be that way. So I think she said, or she felt, you know, hey, let the Jedi and the universe, she trusted in, you know, what needed to happen. I was big into Star Wars, Dark Horse comics, and novelizations, but not anymore. Why not? Don't you love the High Republic? I've seen stupid stuff, but Disney Star Wars is the next level of stupid. Yes, it sure is. And then you've got people that try to go in circles to try to explain it and defend it, and it's like, holy shit, do you see and hear yourself? Return of the Jedi refers to Anakin. Well, yeah. Palpatine even says that Anakin will become more powerful than either of us. Us being Yoda and Palps. Yep. What are these 2-month loyalty badges? If this is the new Disney character circle, a white 2D circle with no limbs that can fly ships, wield a lightsaber, and fight the Sith with no training and force heal. You don't know what that is? Dude. Let me see if I can see your... Don't you know what that is? The 2-month? It's little Palpatine before the Vader suit. Rey's hand brought Vader back to the light. Yes. Rey's hand does a lot of magical things. Speaking of Disney, either wanting or not wanting money, a friend of mine known as Ancient One sent me an article about how a Japanese company has been in business for 1,000+ years. Wow. Damn. Raise Han Solo. Yes. Unfortunately for Anakin, he had the Sith in one ear and the Jedi in the other. Luke didn't have that. Luke had a father figure in Owen and didn't have the enemy in his ear like his father did. Yep, that's true. Listen to the ridiculousness in this. This is my car. I named it the car. That sentence is equally as stupid as naming a vessel the vessel. Geode. Hey, Disney, what can you do? Disney, they make rocks, navigators. Damien JKB, can you hear? I don't know if on YouNow they can hear. Shoot. Jar Jar as the babysitter. In the novel, which is not explained in the film, Padme and Anakin's force bond was broken when he choked her on Mustafar. What, in the Rots novel? Because Padme was never force sensitive. She shouldn't have a force bond. It's strange. My explanation for how Padme likely died is when we see the camera switch between her giving birth and him becoming Vader. She was spiritually feeling his physical pain while she was physically aching. I don't think she was in pain. She died of a broken heart. No, I do not. That show's a mess. Do not like The Mandalorian. I'm thinking of a number in between 1 and 100 on the stupid scale. What number is it? 100? If Rey had lost a limb, Disney would have just had her lose a pinky. Correct. She would have broke a nail. How does Vader go to the toilet? Well, according to like books and guides and stuff, there's all kinds of tubes inside of his suit. And the suit would have to be serviced every so often. But there was like feeding tubes and poopy tubes and all kinds of stuff. He doesn't have a zipper, so that's why Luke was given to Obi-Wan. Yoda knew Obi-Wan would correct his ways with teaching Anakin and better train protect Luke. Then at Dagobah, Yoda trains him in a modified way because of his failure. Failures to follow the order under his watch. I don't know about that. The Jedi don't fail. It's not that they failed. The Jedi didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, they fought an entire Clone Wars to protect the Republic. They just couldn't see the devil. That wasn't failure. That's just the devil being the devil. And it's not his watch. They're all responsible. There's an entire council, remember, of masters? So it's not all on Yoda. He's the wisest. He's the one that everyone, looks to, but it's not all on him. The Jedi didn't fail. Quite the contrary. The Jedi did a hell of a job saving and maintaining the Republic. The Republic failed itself in reality. And furthermore, Ahsoka failed everyone and is a traitor to the Republic because she didn't bother to tell Yoda or anybody that the Sith are in control of the Senate and that Anakin's about to turn to Darth Vader. So if anybody failed, it's Ahsoka. I mean, Dave Filoni. It wouldn't even be that. It would just be the very tip of the pinky. Yeah, her nail. Touche. Episode 3 novel that was released before the movie came out, which, as you know, Disney doesn't consider it canon. Well, it was never canon, so anything that contradicts the films is not canon. The Rot's novel contradicts or breaks canon 20 plus times, like 22, 23 times. So it was never canon anyways. Think Padme would agree to rule the galaxy with Vader? No, absolutely not. It's still Anakin, but in eyes, it's not the man she loved anymore. Yes, no, she wouldn't. First of all, Padme has no ambition to rule the galaxy. She believes in democracy. She believes in fair treatment for everyone, not ruling king, queen. She was the queen in Naboo because that's how their system was. But as far as the galaxy, the Senate, she didn't believe in that. Anakin, you're going down a path I cannot follow. She's, so she wouldn't agree to that anyways. Man, I'm so worried if anybody can hear on YouNow. Let me check my other laptop because yeah, I can hear. It should be working. Okay. No, she wouldn't agree to rule anything because that's not who Padme is. In fact, Padme wanted what most women want. Her husband and her kids. She wanted her family. Like nowadays, I can't say what most women want because women are so different nowadays, but traditionally. But no, absolutely not. Last arc from the Clone Wars season 6. I was actually fine with it ending there for 6 years. I was fine with not getting a 7th season. Yeah. I mean, I didn't mind a 7th season. I don't mind. I like cartoons and, it looks good and all, but it was never canon. And the problem is that people, think it is, and people get the stories all confused. Or you got people that are like, the only reason the prequels are good is because of the Clone Wars cartoon, or the Clone Wars cartoon are the best Star Wars. And it's like, holy shit, you never even saw or understood Star Wars. How sad for you. Because if you think those cartoons are better than the movies, holy shit. A force bond, I believe, was first introduced in the first KOTOR. One was formed between Revan and Bastila, and both were force sensitive. Can a force sensitive? No, you cannot. And Padme was not force sensitive, so. For 6 years until we got season 7. Furthermore, the only time you see that kind of force bond is Vader and Luke and Leia. You see Obi-Wan's ghost talk to Luke, but that's different. That's not a force bond. That's him as a ghost being able to appear to Luke. That's not necessarily a bond. That's just him being able to come from the other side. The only actual Force bond that we see is Vader and Luke and Leia. And then guess what? They're all Skywalkers. And guess what? They're the children of Anakin, the chosen one. It's pretty exceptional circumstances. It's not like anyone can just, you know. Yoda could sense a massive disturbance in the Force. For example, when Anakin killed all the Sand People, right? He could hear Qui-Gon, and he could sense that Anakin was in great pain. And Obi-Wan could sense that Alderaan got blown up, right? But they were on their way to Alderaan. They were close to Alderaan, and that was a massive disturbance in the Force, in the galaxy. But an actual Force bond, Vader to Luke and Luke to Leia. Luke to Leia being Bespin. Leia, Luke, he's alive. We need to go back. But what about those TIE fighters? Chewie growls. They turn around the Falcon, go pick up Luke. They find Rey's hand. And then Vader, of course, when they're escaping Bespin, remember, he's up in the Executor, and he says, Luke, join me, my son. And he says, Father. And then he says, Ben, how come you never told me? And notice that Ben didn't answer him. Also, very important piece of dialogue. If you go face Vader, you must do it yourself. I cannot intervene. I can't help you. Do you remember that? Obi-Wan to Luke? And yet, we see Yoda come and burn down the tree with lightning and is touching Luke, and Luke catches the lightsaber as a Force ghost, all that nonsense. Obviously, these people didn't watch the original movies. They don't care about the original movies. You asked Darth Vader how he got to the toilet in his suit, and he stays silent for a moment before saying, just like that, yes. I personally thought Yoda learning how to be, I hear myself in the earphone, so it messes me up. I personally thought Yoda learning how to be a Force ghost and finish what Qui-Gon didn't finish was a pretty fitting end to the Clone Wars, and it kind of ties with Rots. Thought Yoda learning how to be a Force ghost and finish what Qui-Gon didn't finish was pretty fitting end. Not sure what you mean. How did Yoda finish? What did Qui-Gon not finish? Because Qui-Gon did learn how to be a Force ghost. He communed with Yoda, and Yoda says he's going to teach Obi-Wan in the movies. In Rots, he says that. So Qui-Gon did finish. Dave Filoni made it like he didn't, but he did. First, remember, he talks to Anakin. Anakin's killing the Sand People. Anakin, Anakin. Yoda hears it. Second, Yoda says, Qui-Gon has communed with me. Teach you I will. So I'm not sure what... It's been a long time since I've seen that Clone Wars, so... But I know there's that arc of him, how he became a Force ghost or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But that's, again, phony baloney, fan fiction. But no, it needs to be said during Rots to tie in with the movie. Well, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have... The thing is, if Dave Filoni actually cared about it and actually respected Star Wars, he could have made canon stuff outside of the movies. Again, it's not that only George Lucas can do that, or it only can be the movies. But you must adhere to the canon of the movies. If you're choosing to do stuff that contradicts the pre-established canon in the movies, then it's not canon. But at the end of the day, that's a choice. Phony baloney macaroni is choosing that. He very well could have respected the canon. But to him, it's more important that he make a name for himself and that he jerks off to Ahsoka and that he makes you believe that it's his Star Wars. All he had to do was respect the pre-established rules. And Pablo and JJ and Ryan and KK, they all they had to do was respect the pre-established rules and story. And Pablo and Dave, as knuckleheaded dumbasses as they are, they both know that they're breaking the rules. They're not that dumb. They're choosing to because they want to make their own mark. They want to make their Star Wars. They want 30 years from now their grandkids to be like, oh, my uncle was so great. My granddad was so awesome because, you know, he made Star Wars. So just to be clear on that, because someone asked me several streams ago that, so it has to be George Lucas. No, I could right now make an entire canon trilogy, no problem. You just have to know, love, and respect Star Wars. That's all, which means you must maintain continuity with the pre-established story. The same rules, the same storylines, all that. Can you do different stories, different characters, 1,000 years before, 1,000 years behind? Sure, you can do whatever you want, but everything must fit within the pre-established canon. The second you contradict the canon, you decanonize yourself. But me, you, Joe Blow can make canon. Dave Filoni, if he wanted to, certainly could make canon. He knows a lot. He has access to the freaking holocron. He has access to the archives. He can call George Lucas, for Christ's sake. There's no reason why he ever had to break canon other than ego. So it doesn't have to be set during ROTS or even be in the movies. It could be a side cartoon that is set, 100 years before ROTS or 10 years after or whenever. It can tie in. If you're clever at story writing, you can make a connection. But it must respect the pre-established lore, rules, story. And as long as you can do that, be a little bit smart, a little bit clever, a little bit caring, then it can be canon. It doesn't have to. When I say that only the movies are canon, know this. That's because the canon are the only thing that gave a damn to maintain the continuity. Who made the movies? George. Obviously, George cared about his continuity. But that's not, don't misunderstand my words to say that nothing else couldn't be canon. Because if Disney cared and Disney had me there instead of Dave Filoni, all of this stuff would have been canon. All of it can be, or could have been. Comics, video games, all of it. Now, it would be a shit ton of work, and that's why George Lucas never did, because he couldn't be making movies plus, be overwatching, the Clone Wars and The Force Unleashed and, all these comics and all. I get it. It's way too much for him or for one person to be maintaining that continuity. All I'm saying is that theoretically, if myself or a team of people like me or someone like me that knows and truly cares sat down and with very fine tooth comb took the time to be very careful that everything lines up with continuity, then by all means, it could have been anything, a comic book, a cartoon, whatever, it could have been canon. It's not to say that the movies are the only thing that can be canon. It's just that the movies were the only thing that gave a damn to be canon. 1 through 6, that is. Again, why? because George Lucas is the one that made them, not Cowboy Dave, not Pablo Dildo. So I hope that clarifies. I hope that you guys never misunderstood that it's not to say that only the movies can be canon. It's that that's the only thing that anybody gave a damn to maintain the continuity, and therefore that is why they are the only canon. But if someone came along with love and care and understanding, sure, you could make anything that any property, any part of Star Wars could be canon, but it must maintain continuity. That's why even the EU was never canon, because as beautiful as the EU is, there's contradictions to the continuity. Therefore, it can't be canon. But it still is Star Wars. Disney went a whole other level of making the shit all over Star Wars, never mind being canon. So, just to clarify there, James, and maybe you meant it a different way, but just the way I'm reading your comment, it's important for you guys to know that when I say what is canon is not because what I want or because it can only be the movies. It's that the movies were the only thing to give a damn to maintain canon. That's why they are the only canon. I accepted the new films were done before they were made, and with that, I enjoyed them for what they were with no expectations. I can't enjoy them. They're trash. But if you like them, hey, by all means. I don't tell anybody what to like. If you like them, good for you. I wish I could like them. If I was in the prequels as Anakin's rival for Padme, I'd still call her queen, even after she left office, and I'd be her king. I would probably call Padme a queen myself. When the show was canceled after season 5 and they put, I would call my 10 Padme clones in the closet queens. And I'd make a city in New York named after them. When the show was canceled after season 5 and they put season 6 on Netflix, I was fine with the show ending there. I've never got mad that we didn't get season 7 for 6 years. Yeah, I didn't care. You can't hear me? Oh boy, I hope you can hear me. Have I been talking this whole time for no reason? Yeah, I think you can hear me. Maybe for a second there I went out. When watching the first, let me know if you can hear me. When watching the first Mando episodes, I was twisting my head like a dog being shown a card trick at some points that didn't make sense, even with a traumatic brain injury and not researching. Yeah, Mando's a mess. If you actually pay attention, you will see that Mando's a freaking mess. Boba Fett and Mandalorian facts and lore since I was like 14. The only thing that made me mad about it was that we got Rebels right after it. Yeah. Vader would not have been Vader if he kept Padme. Not totally sure what you mean there. If he didn't kill Padme and he turned to Vader anyways, and he had her, I'm not totally sure what you mean there. Do you think Padme would be into that role play stuff? I bet she was a little freaky deaky, because Padme was very passionate and a go all the way girl. So I bet she was probably a total freak. Ahsoka failed as a Jedi. She sure did. She's one of the biggest failures in all of the Jedi Order. The cartoons did good expand. She's literally a traitor, not a fallen Jedi. A traitor to the Republic and the Jedi Order. She used to be awesome. Now Ahsoka's a piece of shit. The cartoons did good expanding the movies, but the moment they start breaking canon is when it becomes hard to accept them. Yep. It's Friday night again. Yes. Hey, Mojo. And my friends keep telling me that the Jedi failed Ahsoka, and she did a brave thing not to tell them that Anakin's in danger. Okay. How did they fail her? The Jedi would be irresponsible to not take her to trial. If it seemed like she was the one that did that explosion, then they need to investigate. They would be irresponsible for not doing so. She was just being a child, is all it is. Oh my God, you can't question me because I'm Ahsoka. If she would have been mature, she would have known, hey, I'm innocent. Okay, I'll take your questions. I'll do what I need to do because this matters to me. Because I want to protect and clear my name. Not, well, you guys questioned me, so I'm out of here. That's a child. That's a little brat. And Dave just needed some way to make her leave the Jedi Order. So that's what he came up with. It's dumb. That's preschool writing. And the Jedi didn't fail Anakin either. Anakin failed himself. Anakin failed the Jedi, his wife, the galaxy. Anakin is the dumbass. He's the one that did all this shit, not the Jedi. Had Anakin been more unselfish and sharp and communicating with the council, they would have discovered that Palpatine was conspiring, and they would have nipped it in the bud. Instead, Anakin, again, being selfish, playing both sides, becoming friends with the senator, all that bullshit that he did. Anakin's the failure, not the Jedi. For football, I think Not My Star Wars and everyone in the chats are Force sensitive. That's why we're all here and can't stand cycles for the most part. There you go. What's a Force dyad? A Force dyad is something that wishes it could be a Force bond. Correct. Exactly. And again, they didn't bother to watch the movies because they totally misinterpreted a Force bond for a Force dyad. They made some other weird interpretation. He always been confused how Anakin became a Force ghost without training, but I'll roll with it. Fuck it. I've always been confused. Okay. Anakin has more midichlorians than Yoda, like off the chart. He basically is already one with the Force since he's a child. He didn't have to, yes, to become a Jedi, to get it under control, he has to train. But what I'm saying, his bond, his connection to the Force is much greater than anyone else anyways. That is why he is the chosen one. Being the chosen one, he is the exception to the rule. A lot of things are going to come naturally to him. He's going to be way ahead of everyone else. So, being the chosen one, yeah, of course he could. And remember, he was technically, not by title, but pretty much by skill, a Master Jedi. Then he becomes a Master Sith. So he has a very high understanding of the Force. He's far more enlightened than most people because he's been a master on both ends. So again, remember, he is the chosen one. That is the one exception to the rule that we can give because, he basically, the Force created Anakin. Anakin is born by the Force. The wills create Anakin in Padme's stomach. Immaculate conception. So, of course he can do things at an accelerated rate or on another level. He was already made by the Force and connected to the Force. It's not like other Jedi that need to reach enlightenment to become one with the Force. He literally always was one with the Force. He was created by the Force. Understand? Did he need to grow and learn how to interpret and control and manipulate and understand and all? Absolutely. I'm not saying that he's not a Mary Sue, right? He lost limbs. He fought in the Clone Wars. He went through a lot of shit. But there's certain innate things about him that are going to happen because he is literally made by the Force, unlike everyone else. Who do you think is the most underrated character in Star Wars? Just like flash quick, Jar Jar Binks. Absolutely, Jar Jar Binks. Because so many people are like, he's so stupid. He's a... Turns out he's probably the actual real Sith Lord that trained Palpatine. So, surprise, 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 Jar Jar in disguise. Jar Jar. Because even if the Sith Lord thing isn't true, he leads the Jedi to Theed. Because of that, Anakin and Padme meet. They create an alliance. They save Naboo. It disrupts the Senate. He grants emergency powers to Palpatine. Jar Jar is a massive linchpin, massively important in the Star Wars saga. Far and away, most underrated character, Jar Jar Binks. And it's not that I'm a Jar Jar fan or that I'm trying to defend him, or I'm just being objective. He's far and away the most underrated character because so many people just toss him to the side. Him or Ewoks. Jar Jar or Wicket. But most people, some people don't like the Ewoks or hate them, whatever, but a lot of people really hated Jar Jar, whereas the Ewoks, most people are just indifferent or like them. I personally love the Ewoks, but that's me. But just being objective, yes, absolutely. Jar Jar, most underrated character, not even a question. He's so important to it all. It's sad that some people don't understand that. But to me, Jar Jar is something that shows the character in you. Because if all you see is that he's fumbly, stumbly, talks funny, acts weird, then that's showing your character of how you judge a book by its cover, of how you look at people. Because there's always more to person than a person, a being, an alien, whatever, than what you see on the outside. Is he annoying? Yes. Is he a clumsy fool? Yes. I'm not trying to like make Jar Jar what he's not. But all I'm saying is that if you're so critical over Jar Jar, then one, you didn't really get Star Wars. And two, it's showing you. You're being judgy. Why? Why do you hate him so much? Because he happens to be very important. And I'm not saying you, Kirsch. I'm talking like as a general statement. And good to see you. I love your avatar, by the way. I mentioned that last time. I believe that's Obi-Wan and Anakin. Pretty sure Anakin on the left, Obi-Wan on the right. In Clone Wars, Qui-Gon spoke to Yoda, but he couldn't visibly appear because he didn't complete his training to do that. Yeah, in Clone Wars. In Filoni vision. Dave, that bastard, filling my head with lies again. Correct. Now, officially, that's something George Lucas would tell us. But as I always tell you guys, we have to go by what we see in the movies. And in the movies, Yoda says, Qui-Gon communed with me, he has. Teach you I will. Right? Right. So, do we know that Yoda officially sees the Force Ghost? I guess they don't really say that. But we have to presume that because we later see that Obi-Wan communes, right, with Luke. So there's the example. There's the bar. There's the precedent. And as we don't hear a contrary statement, and we know that communing from the other side means a Force Ghost, guys, that's Dave Filoni trying to be clever. Oh, well, you know, George didn't really fully explain it, even though he did. So, you know, I'll be clever and I'll make it to where, well, he could hear him, but you don't actually see a Force Ghost. So Qui-Gon actually failed. It's not till later that, you know, they figure it out and blah, 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 blah. Just a way to make up episodes. It's Filoni fan fiction. The movies say it clearly that he learned how to commune from the other side. Not, oh, well, I heard a voice and, you know. What's communing from the other side when we see it? Obi-Wan as a ghost to Luke. So that's what you have to go by. You have to presume. And remember that on top of that, the OT was first, right? So we have the precedence of what is communing from the other side. Obi-Wan, a Force ghost. Right? Right. Yoda, Obi-Wan, a Force ghost. In the end, Anakin, Yoda, Obi-Wan, Force ghost. So there we have a precedent several times of what is communing from the other side. You didn't even think about or know about that till later in the PT. Yoda says, oh, well, he learned to commune from the other side. What example do you have? Do you see why canon matters? Because now you don't have these questions. George Lucas gave you the answers. He gave you the pieces. That's why in the PT, George doesn't explain it and get too detailed about it. And because we have the precedence of canon, of him showing us that how do you commune from the other side? A Force ghost. But Dave Filoni thinks he's so fucking clever. He's so slick. Oh, well, he didn't actually say it, so I'll show that, you know, he only... No, Dave. Stop making shit up. This is why I tell you guys, Dave does not know Star Wars. He does not understand Star Wars. He knows trivial shit. He doesn't truly know and love Star Wars because he should know that we have a precedent, not just once, but several times, of the Force ghost communing from the other side. A pre-established canon precedence. Therefore, George didn't have to explain it and get all crazy with it in the PT because we have the precedence. Understand? And again, it's okay if you, whoever you are watching this today, an hour from now, 6 months from now, it's okay if you didn't realize that or you don't know that. It doesn't make me any more or you any less. But what is the key here is if you work at Lucasfilm, you have access to the holocron, the archives, George Lucas on your cell phone. You've been at Lucasfilm for decades. You know all this trivia and all these things. Then yes, you goddamn better know this. And Dave Filoni doesn't. Because if I was running Star Wars, there wouldn't be these mistakes. And yet Dave Filoni, every single episode of everything he makes, contradicts something else. And most important, contradicts canon. Ghost Obi can intervene in Legends, but I think that idea couldn't work in canon. But some cool stuff. But Ghost Obi faces Starkiller. Yes, by all means. And I'm not saying that that stuff shouldn't exist or that it can't exist. By all means. I love the EU. I don't recognize your name, Gavku. Welcome. Cool avatar. I love the EU. It's not that I don't like that stuff. It's not that there can't be other stories and other cool things. All I'm saying is that that's not canon. And if it's not canon, that's not official. So you can say that, like you said, in this book, Obi-Wan could do this, and this was cool. This was fun. It was a cool story. I'm totally down for that. By all means. But if you come to me and you say, what's official? Could Rey actually force heal? Well, no. Because canon pre-establishes that she cannot. Can others commune from the other side outside of being a Force ghost? Well, no, because canon shows us that that's how they commune from the other side, as a Force ghost. And those Force ghosts, Obi-Wan specifically says, I cannot help you. Why? Because ghosts can't touch things. Ghosts are ghosts. But Rian Johnson thought he was slick and had Yoda bringing down lightning and poking Luke and doing all this extra shit. You can't. What happens if a ghost touches you? You walk through a ghost. A ghost couldn't touch you. That's the point. It's a ghost. It's a spirit. It's an apparition. Could it give you fuzzy feelings, goosebumps, a cold chill? Okay, we'll play along because, you know, that's maybe possible in our world. But physically catching a lightsaber or doing extra shit, no, that's not canon. So if they did that in a comic book that is stated that is not canon for fun, okay, I'm all for side stories and extra stuff and having fun, no problem. But when you make movies and you call them episodes 7, 8, and 9, and it's the Skywalker saga is complete and all that, oh no, we got a problem, because that's not canon, and that's not how canon works. That's not how the Force works. Just like on the YouNow stream, when I just found out that the government said the Muslims caused 9/11 when really they didn't. Yeah, well, it's a good thing you know now my Star Wars. It was like a one and done thing. Yeah, and again, I love the EU. No problem, dude. I used to have a lot more before I lost everything I owned, but you know, by all means, you know. Sometimes I think people misunderstand me when I say that the EU was never canon. That doesn't mean I didn't love it. Mara Jade is one of my favorite characters. She's my absolute favorite EU character. Doesn't mean that I'm downgrading the EU or that I don't love it. I'm just stating a fact that it was never canon. And sometimes people, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying, sometimes people get their panties all in a bunch because I state a fact. Like May 4th isn't Star Wars Day. Oh my God! It's not Star Wars Day. It never was. It's a day to celebrate Star Wars, by all means. I do every year, but that's not Star Wars Day. Yet some people get all upset because I state a fact. Not because I'm trying to hurt anything or downgrade anything, but because it's important to maintain facts, history, canon, truth. I also thought he was only able to communicate and not show himself. Yeah, because Dave Filoni fills your head with stupidity. That's why I always say that's why I stress that shit isn't canon and that it's nonsense, because you have all this generation of kids growing up. But, you know, Dave Filoni, he's the savior. He's the apprentice. He said this. He said that. Meanwhile, if you knew better, or if you studied George Lucas, you'd know that everything that Dave Filoni is doing is bullshit. It's all contradicting what is Star Wars. Literally. That's why I say the Disney stuff is not Star Wars. Not because I don't want it to be, not because I'm a hater, because it's a fact. It's not Star Wars because it's contradicting what Star Wars is fundamentally. And if you don't see that, either maybe you just weren't aware, maybe you're just a little bit stubborn, or you're just, you know, trolling. Because nobody can look at the facts and deny that what he does, what he says, completely contradicts what George Lucas had established. And that's why I say that a lot of people that think they're Star Wars fans in reality are not. If you like all this Disney stuff, I'm sorry, you're not a Star Wars fan. You're a Disney space fantasy fiction thingy fan that has a name on it that says Star Wars. But it's fundamentally not Star Wars. And that's fine if that's what you like, okay. But just understand that that's not Star Wars. That's all. That's phony baloney. And people are like, we need a Filoni verse. We need Dave Filoni to be the president of Lucasfilm. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Are you serious? If only a continuity clause in a contract was a thing, or maybe it is, but I have never heard of it being a thing. No, I'm sure that it wasn't. George assumed that Dave Filoni, who he taught, was going to like maintain canon, but Dave decided to just do whatever the fuck Dave wanted. So Disney owns it. Disney can do whatever they want. I love it when people make this argument. Well, Disney owns it, so whatever they say is canon, or they can do whatever they want. Yeah, they can do whatever they want. Nobody's arguing that. But that doesn't mean they should. That's not what's wise. That's why they have lost billions of dollars. That's why they have totally fractured the franchise and the fan base. Just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should. And for anybody that doesn't understand that why continuity and canon and all that, it should be obvious. But for anyone that doesn't quite get it, you date a girl for 35 years. Better yet, you're married to her. She's your wife. You know her like the back of your hand. You know her better than Ray's hand. Okay? You know the shit out of her. Every little dimple, mark, how she talks, thinks, when she tweaks her eye this way, you know what she's thinking. You know her like the back of your hand. You love her and adore her for all her flaws and perfections because she is who she is. Then, after 35 years, all of a sudden, she starts acting funny. She starts lying. She starts contradicting things. Furthermore, she starts going back like, oh, remember I told you I was born in Illinois? Well, actually, I was born in Denver. By the way, all these years, my hair is actually blonde, but I've been dyeing it brown. You thought I was a virgin when we got married? Well, no, actually, I was a prostitute before. Those people that you thought were my parents, well, they're actually not my parents. Those are like my cousin's step-parents, but they adopted me. So now everything that you knew and loved about her and understood about her and defended her and fought for her and spent money and time and energy and adored her and all this stuff was all lies. Or maybe it was all true, but for whatever reason now she's tripping and she's like telling you lies now, saying that all that wasn't true, that this is who I really am. But regardless if it was the old stuff is a lie or the new stuff is a lie, she's acting completely different. And it's the same exact thing. What are you going to do if she's acting completely different? Well, you might fight for her for a year, for several months, for a while. But eventually you're going to get fed up with her lies, her cheating, her breaking shit. By the way, with her lies, she also empties your bank account. She pisses off all your friends. Your family's all heartbroken and confused. She just like totally shatters your whole world. The same thing. That's what happened with Disney. They changed her. They completely made something different from what was. And again, some people might prefer this new girl, the blonde that was from Denver and is totally different, and that's fine. But all you have to know, all that matters here is that the brunette was called Stephanie and the blonde is Melody. I don't know, just making up some names. And if you love the shit out of Melody, that's great. That's cool, bro. There's no problem. But you can't come to me and tell me that that's Stephanie, because it's not Stephanie. So who you love is not Stephanie, even though she calls herself Stephanie. That's Melody. Me, you, and everyone else in this live stream who is inspiring filmmakers should make a Star Wars short film. I would love to. I wish I had the resources to do so. But as you guys know, I know Star Wars, and I sure know how to edit videos. So there you go. I'm more than happy to be a part of that if I can. I don't claim to be an actor. Well, I guess I could play some little extra role or something. But as far as making that shit canon, no, I can do that all day. Oh, the irony. I'm part of a fan film that's canon, and Disney, spending billions of dollars, can't make a single thing that's canon. On my phone, the loyalty badge looks like a white circle. I didn't see the black helmet or dark helmet, if you will. It's Palpatine, dude. He's got his hood. I thought you knew you got your little emperor. Papa Palpy. Instead of Marvel, well, let me see. Well, I'm sure you see it right on your. Well, you're on the phone. Maybe that's why. Here, in case you don't see it. Yeah, if I share right now, it's going to mess it up. So I can't do it. But you should see it on the... well, no, you're not on YouNow. Damn it. I have to do it a different way in another stream, because if I mess with it right now, it's going to mess everything else up. Because I'm like streaming and sharing to another stream. But yeah, it's Palpy. He's got his hood on. I think he has little yellow eyes, too. You're a Sith Lord, dude. Didn't you know? Now give me Ray's hand. Instead of Marvel, what if we should get Star Wars show? Do half-hour panel animated from Dark Horse? I think there's a lot of fans. A lot of the fans also don't want that content forgotten but highlighted. Listen, if I owned Star Wars, I would be canonizing pretty much the entire EU. Why would I go and make shit up when there's 36,000 plus years of Star Wars lore? And most of it, just a couple little tweaks, I can make it canon. It's not a problem. But instead, Disney takes a route of making up a whole new thing, a crappy High Republic. Makes no sense. That further convolutes and makes more of a mess of the mess that they already have. But yes, absolutely. You could do all kinds of stuff. They should have consulted the real fans for the new movies rather than having a usurping a plot. I agree, but here's the thing. Dave Filoni and Pablo Hidalgo and Leland Chee, they know this shit is breaking canon. Dave Filoni was on the set of The Last Jedi watching Jake Skywalker happen. So it goes to show you, when I tell you guys that Dave Filoni does not give a fuck about George Lucas, he doesn't give a fuck about Star Wars, and he certainly doesn't give a fuck about you. It makes me sad when people are like, oh my God, Dave Filoni, I love him. He should run Lucasfilm. He's going to save Star Wars. I mean, holy fuck. Are you serious? My point here is just Dave Filoni alone, but they have other people there. They have John Knoll, they have Dennis Murin, they have Ben Burt, people that could have easily told them, hey, this kind of isn't really this doesn't work. But Disney wasn't thinking about that. Disney was only thinking about telling the story that they want to tell, their agenda, so that you believe that Disney made Star Wars. Forget about that George Lucas guy. Look how great we are. Look at the magic. So, while I agree with you, yes, On the same token, the reason they shouldn't have to is because they have Dave Filoni, they have Pablo Hidalgo. These guys are supposed to respect and love and maintain Star Wars, and they didn't. They shouldn't have to come to us to tell them they're out of continuity. That's their job. They should know that. They should be doing that. It's ridiculous that they would have to come to us. Now, if you're totally lost and like, what should we make? What should we do? What do you guys want? Okay, I get it. By all means, talk to the fans. That's always smart, to know your customers. I'm not arguing that. But I'm just saying, if you've got people that understand the freaking mood, what it is, then it's their responsibility to maintain that. So it goes to show you. Because, you see, people like to use Dave Filoni when it's convenient. He's so great. He knows so much. Well, okay then. If he knows so much, then how come all his shit is fucked up? It's all jacked up and it all contradicts itself. So then, okay, I agree. He does know a lot about Star Wars. So then what's going on? He doesn't give a fuck. That's what's going on. And you want him to be the president of Lucasfilm? You think he's going to save Star Wars? Someone that doesn't give a fuck about you, the franchise, or the maker? And again, I'm not talking directly to you, Dominic. I'm talking in general. Because I have no clue how you even feel about Dave Filoni. But I'm just telling you. He's a piece of shit. He doesn't care about Star Wars. He cares about his career and Ahsoka. That's what he cares about. Nor did he do anything when Gina Carano got fired. Where was the great Dave Filoni? And I'll remind you, this past year, Pablo Hidalgo attacked Star Wars Theory. They come out with the High Republic. They're cussing out and making fun of the fans. They openly, publicly say they stand with a racist. They do all kinds of shit. And guess who's been the creative director for the past year? So if all the stuff from the past year that happened under Dave's watch, is that the Star Wars that you want? Dave Star Wars, that's what you want? They should have consulted the real fans or new music without secret plot. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I wouldn't be surprised if Obi-Wan was found 10,000 Jedi temples on Tatooine, even though Luke said there's nothing on Tatooine. He will. Yep, he will. I wish the new movies were good. So do I. Believe me, I would much rather have a channel that's celebrating Star Wars, how great it is. Disney chose that path. Yeah. Can't hear like having problems on their end. I guess so. If he kept Padme, Vader would be like Mr. Freeze. Yes. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'd have 10 Padmes in the closet if I could. I get it. I get it, Anakin. I get it. But at the end of the day, Anakin's the dumbass. It's all his fault. Here's my ranking of all the Disney shows claims to be canon. Clone Wars, Mando, Rebels, TBB, Resistance, Bad Batch, Bad Bitch, Dave, Ego, Ahsoka Show. Correct. Exactly. That's what Dave cares about, is his show. His little Ahsoka. He doesn't care about Star Wars. Instead of expanding upon the Clone Wars animation formula, Bad Batch just feels like more of the same but lamer. Correct. Padme and Leia are into the same type of men. Kinda. I don't know. Is Han like Anakin? Not really. I think Han's actually the exact opposite, to tell you the truth. Han looks rough on the edges, but he's actually a really kind and caring and good dude. Whereas Padme seems like, the young hotshot, handsome, and he's the chosen one, but deep down he's a freaking little scumbag. I think they're actually opposite. But if you want to mention a correlation there, I don't know. I just think of them very opposite personalities. Being adventurous and swashbuckling, okay, yeah. But I think their personalities are quite different. Their motives, their true character, stunning and brave. You tell me. My friends are the ones who said it, not me. Well, you got to stop listening to your friends, because every time you mention what those friends say, my lord, Ahsoka, second bestest ever. Yes. Yep. Oh, that's where Dave's going with her. She's going to be this Mary Sue, untouchable, greatest, bestest ever, only under Rey. That's the one rule. Rey is the queen. Rebels downgraded on the animation. The armor flexed with the characters, and that's not realistic. Clone Wars was more refined. Yeah, the Clone Wars looks good. The problem is the story is a freaking mess. My friend from school did a Q&A poll saying, who is the greatest Jedi between Obi-Wan and Ahsoka? I voted Obi-Wan. And to my surprise, everyone voted Ahsoka. As Coca. Yes, because they're growing up with Filoni vision. They're not bothering to go back and understand what is Star Wars, how does it work, does it connect, does this contradict the previous established story. Kids these days, you guys don't want to look back and say, oh, okay, well, here's a piece of information. Is that actually factual? Let me cross-check that. Let me go back to the library or an internet page or something and verify what this says. No, you just want to read it like, oh, well, that happened. Gina Carano's anti-masker. Oh. Did you actually bother to go look through her tweets? Because she actually teaches you how to make masks. But if you listen to what other people say, then you're fucked. Now, if someone you know for a while and you see that they constantly tell you the truth, your parents, your best friend, not my Star Wars, then you can trust in that. But in general, when you just go by, what knuckleheads are saying, then well, you're fucked. You're fucking yourself. Because you're going along with the misinformation. And that's what everybody's doing. They see Ahsoka and they think, oh, she's the most amazing character in Star Wars. Meanwhile, she should have been dead years ago. She's literally the catalyst that is breaking all of Star Wars. She's the bestest ever. Man can't be as good as her. Never. Pablo Dildolgo. I thought I caught it out of the corner of my eye. I thought you said Pablo Diablo. But yes, Dildolgo. Star Wars, what if Legends show? That could make up for lying, for having no source material, and pull up the 1977 from 2012 and tell those stories. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. But Disney chooses purposely to shit on it. Why? Because they desperately want you to disbelieve and not care about George's Star Wars. They want you to get it in your head and your children's head that the mouse made Star Wars, that it's Disney magic. Wow, Disney gave us the greatest franchise ever. And they know if they say it enough times, if they show you enough times, eventually most people are going to believe it. Soon enough, give it like another 10 years, 20 years, you're going to have kids like, who the fuck is George Lucas? He just made up a name. He didn't do anything. Ray's the bestest ever. You'll see. Friday night's a great night for football is a reference to the opening of the film The Last Boy Scout. I'm actually gonna have a Friday night football in my story and writing. Cool. I didn't remember that. Man, that's a movie I haven't seen forever. That's a great movie, The Last Boy Scout. It's pretty good. Been forever since I saw that. If there's a man better. Jedi I see it was Lucas' homage to the Chosen One by making him a Force ghost. Makes sense. Yes. Also, keep in mind that the reason that, for those of you that don't know, the reason that the original Anakin was replaced by Hayden in Jedi is because, and Lucas actually spoke on this, he explained it, is because the old Anakin was a Sith. The actual, only Jedi can become a ghost. Only a Jedi can become one with the Force. Sith cannot. As much as they try, well, in reality, Sith are totally against that. Sith want to live eternally. So the reason you see young Anakin, you see Hayden, is because that's when he was last truly a Jedi. So he had to come back in that form because he couldn't be the old. That's Vader. Yes. And again, like what you just said and how I explained, Anakin's the exception to everything because he was made by the Force. He was literally created by the Force. He is the Chosen One. So some things are going to just naturally happen. If the Chosen One dies, whether he's 7 or 70, he's already part of the Force. He's going to, you understand? He doesn't have to become enlightened to become one with the Force because he is the Force. That was the point. That's why he is the Chosen One. Does he have to train and gain wisdom and all that to grow as a person, to be a husband to Padme, to be a father to his children, to be a proper Jedi, to truly, fully become powerful? Absolutely. It's not like he just was handed everything. But I'm just saying his very fabric of his being was created by the Force. So therefore he doesn't have to go to it because he is the Force, essentially. He's just a conduit of the Force. Well, I guess all Jedi are. But most Jedi are channeling or using the Force. Anakin is the Force, basically. I wonder if that's how girls with sabers will react to me. Oh, I'm sure they will love you. Last Boy Scout, last boycott. The last Boy Scout was a damn good movie. Same with Any Given Sunday. Yeah, Denzel's a beast. Prune face, PR face. Not sure what you mean there. I have Star Wars stickers on my wall. They're character ships and logos from the OT. Imagine waking up to, and they're SD characters. That would be a, holy shit. That would really make you That's funny, James. What are they, like the fat heads? That's too funny. Jar Jar was banished for being clumsy. Yeah, sure was. Girls with Sabers, since you were too cool to not join us on YouNow. Girls with Sabers is a channel. It's a Raylo channel. They literally go on how it's so romantic and see, there's proof. They absolutely were in love. You could see it in their eyes. And when their fingers touched, oh my God. It's a Raylo channel. Bunch of kooks. Ask me about Darth Jar Jar theory. What about it? Someone, not my Star Wars, told me about, yeah. Why was this on my recommended? I don't know. Ask YouTube. Maybe because you pretend you like Star Wars? About Padme Force sensitive. She was force sensitive when she was pregnant. Anakin felt her in Jedi Council room. He'd lose it when she was giving birth. No. Padme was never force sensitive. Her children are force sensitive. That is his wife. He is the chosen one, and the Jedi can foresee the future. It's cloudy, but they can see the future, and they can sense events, especially your wife. But that's not a force bond. That's not force sensitivity. That's just his wife. If something happened to Dexter Jettster, Obi-Wan would probably sense it because he has a connection as a friend, as a person. But Padme was never force sensitive. She's not force sensitive. Her children are. That doesn't inherently make her force sensitive. Nor do you like eat a banana and like, oh, now I'm force sensitive. No, that's not how that works. Like, you're either born and you're force sensitive or you're not. You don't develop force sensitivity. You develop your skills and understanding of the force. But either you have the force or you don't. The force is a field that passes through everything. But that doesn't automatically make you a part of the force or sensitive to the force or able to wield the force. So no, Padme has nothing to do with any force sensitivity. Her children are force sensitive. Furthermore, maybe Anakin senses that he's losing Padme, not because he's losing Padme, but because of the connection to the children. My Slave Leia sticker is replaced with Rose Tico. Rose sticker. Boba Fett is Captain Phasma now, and Luke is Rey. Don't you mean Leia's replaced with Holdo? Dildoni Vision, yes. Dildoni Vision. That's what we have, is Dildoni Vision. Pablo and Dave. Get a refund and your OG stickers back. And if they don't give them back, sue them. Yes. I'm thinking of getting some male actors and shooting a gay porno. What? My gay porno actually sounds like it can fit better than the SD. Probably. I want to be Dave in person and meet Dave in person and ask him, how does Darth Maul take a shit? How does Fennec Shan? How does she have a bottle of freaking whatever that is, some liquor, when she's got a hole in her fucking... She doesn't even have a stomach, but she's got a hole. Remember, she opens a flap. I would have loved to seen her drinking because it would all just leak out. How stupid is Dave fucking Filoni? Ahsoka, not a Jedi, speaks to Rey as a Force Jedi ghost. Yep. Also speaks to Grogu. Remember that she's the one that finds out Grogu's name and that he was trained in the temple and all, but she's not a Jedi. And yet the episode is called The Jedi, and she wields 2 lightsabers and uses the Force because she's not a Jedi. Dave fucking Dildoni fucking Vision. This is so stupid. Ahsoka's not a Jedi, and Rey's Skywalker. And Rey's a Skywalker. That is a fact. Don't be sexist or I will ban you. Do you even do your research? Yes. Research, whatever. The Force, whatever. Hey, Gordon, good to see you, buddy. Thriving IP, whatever. Billions of dollars, whatever. Someone made a video and it was titled Star Wars Fans That Have a Brain. The first thing they said was, put a finger down if you think Rey is a Skywalker. The girl puts a finger down. Oh, Lord. I always thought it was a little odd that the Force Ghost of Obi-Wan was in Return of the Jedi could sit on a log besides Luke. Yeah, that is true. In that sense, I wouldn't take it so literal. That's not him interacting with an object. Interacting with an object would be like picking it up and moving it, right? Or catching a lightsaber. That is just, you need to take that as that's how Luke is perceiving Obi-Wan. That he would be calm and that he would be chilling with him, sitting down and talking to him. That's his mentor. You know what I mean? So you don't need to take it so literal like he's actually sitting there. It's just a representation as to how Luke would feel the most comfortable. Now, did Obi-Wan do that or Luke is just perceiving that? Either way, it's the same thing. It's not meant to be that he's actually interacting. It's meant to be that, hey, Luke, I'm with you. I'm here. I'm sitting with you to listen and to speak with you, to be a guiding light. It would have been different if he was like, Force moving stuff around and catching stuff. And I mean, again, if you face Vader, I cannot help you. I've thought of it too. I mean, it is like, well, wait a minute, he's sitting down. But that's how you have to think of it. It's more so like what Luke's interpretation would be, how he would be at ease. Heart of the Jedi hardcover or paperback book. Either eBay, which they're ripping people off. Echo Base Network, I know, has a few copies and is giving them away. There's a few channels here and there that have a copy or two that are giving them away. Other than that, unfortunately. Why are people calling it Filoniverse when it's canon to the Star Wars universe? That would make it Lucasverse. Correct. Well, I don't think that people are even thinking of canon. They're just airheads that think that Dave Filoni is so great and they just want a Filoniverse. But there's a cold hard fact. If you support Dave Filoni, if you think that he knows, loves, and is going to save Star Wars, then you're pretty clueless as to what Star Wars is, because he's the literal opposite of what Star Wars is. He has zero interest in protecting, loving, or continuing Star Wars. He cares about himself. And yes, it should be called the Lucasverse. Absolutely. I'm sad, but was okay with Rots being last when the saga circle was complete. We ended where we started. Correct. George Lucas said it many times. The story is complete. The saga's done. There is no more. So, like I've said it before, George Lucas knew that even if Disney totally fucks it up, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, Star Wars was finished. He actually sold them a dead franchise. It was over. Not dead, because you could always make games and do other stuff, or possibly make other movies. But the point is that the Skywalker saga, the point, the core, the reason that Star Wars exists, that became this big thing, was done. So he sold them a book of matches with all the matches already burnt. They're all done. There you go. He played Disney, actually. He hustled the shit out of Disney. Because at the end of the day, if they fucked it up, it wouldn't really technically matter because it was already done. It was already over. Oh, the irony. Just because you can doesn't give you the right to. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Correct. Absolutely correct. Remember that, guys. Well, everything in your life, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
My spider sense is tingling. What's next?
We're in the midst of the galactic civil war for the franchise. We sure are. We sure are. So Anakin is the exception to the rule. He doesn't need to learn how to become a Force ghost. Before, I thought Obi-Wan whispered him how to do it before he died. No. Yeah, no, he wouldn't have to because, and again, this one I'm just using logic because I haven't heard George Lucas say it. But logically, Anakin was created by the Force. That George Lucas did say. That's a fact. He said that the Wills created Anakin, not Plagueis, not no. The Wills created Anakin. So if the Force itself created Anakin, then he doesn't need to connect or learn or grow or because he is the Force. He would have naturally, when he died, he's going to become one with the Force. Whether he tried, listen, he could have been, maybe he didn't become a Jedi, right? Let's say the Clone Wars never happened. He's just a farm boy like Luke or like a junk trader or whatever, right? He's a carpenter. And he has an accident at 13 or 21 or 33 or 7. And he dies. He's going to fade away and go into the Force. Now, would he become a ghost? Not necessarily, because who would he talk to? The whole point of the Force ghost interacting is with the other Jedi. Right? So if he wasn't a Jedi, he didn't know the Jedi, then he wouldn't technically become a ghost because there would be no reason to. But he would fade and he would become one with the Force automatically. Remember, all Jedi do not become one with the Force. They don't all fade. Some of them just die. So Anakin, yes, would be the exception in that. Even if, like I said, he was a carpenter on, Dantooine, whatever, He naturally becomes a ghost because he was a Master Jedi. He was a Master Sith. He does have connections to Jedi. And furthermore, his son sees him. That's another thing. I don't know if there's any talk about it in any kind of like visual guides or anything, but we have to use the movies as the precedents, as the canon. And according to canon, the only one that sees Force ghosts are Jedi. It's not like Force ghosts are just going around Coruscant like, oh look, there's a ghost. No. Jedi, you must be enlightened. I'm trying to think. Does any Sith see a Force ghost? No. So we have to go by the canon, and the canon says only one that sees Force ghosts are Jedi. So naturally, the chosen one, to whose son who redeems him, who's also goes on to, at least in lore, become the most powerful Jedi of all time. Naturally, he's going to see his Force ghost. And as far as we know, there's been stuff in like books, but I won't say that. We're going to stick to the movie canon. Leia doesn't see the Force ghost. So while Leia had the potential to be powerful, she never trained. She never was connected to the Force. She never had any interest in the Force. So therefore, she wouldn't have that type of connection. So she wouldn't see him, or Yoda, or Obi-Wan. Now, if Yoda doesn't really have any interaction with Leia, but if Obi-Wan or Vader, well, I'm sure Yoda could too. I mean, he's Master Yoda, Qui-Gon too. But going by precedent of canon, if Vader or Obi-Wan tried to commune directly with Leia with intent, well, then yes, she should be able to make that connection because she is a Jedi. She's the daughter of the chosen one. So naturally, she should be able to. But as she never was in tune with the Force, she never trained in the Force, she never had any kind of bond there with the Force, not necessarily with others, but also with others, then that's why she naturally wouldn't see. You can be a stormtrooper cameo, or maybe an Imperial officer in the background if you're lucky. Here you go. I wouldn't mind being a scout trooper or a Mandalorian, but a real Mandalorian, not a shiny suit goofball. The woman you're describing sounds like her name would be Brie Larson. There you go. The blonde that was lying, is that Melody? There you go. Brie. I'm making a short film, but it's not about Star Wars. Samurai. Sees someone making one mistake. He talks about it a bunch. I need to show him the bad bitch now. Yeah, well. Listen, in the real world, if you're in court and you tell one lie, it doesn't matter if you told the truth for the past month of trial. You're fucked. The judge, the jury, the media, the witnesses, all are going to assume you lie. Everything. Everything was a lie. Most relationships, and I know a lot of guys get pressed and just don't want to see truth, but, and women do this sometimes too, but once, with me, I catch you lying to me once, you're done. Your goose is cooked. You're fried, dude. You're done. Girl, guy, whatever. You're done. You're finished. And in real life, most people, if you catch your friend lying to you, it's not just once, 15, 100 times, you're not going to hang out with that person. You're not going to trust them. You're not going to be their friend. And yet people seem to be okay with Dave Filoni just making shit up every day. It's insane. Taking the 12-year-old instead of the computer hacker. Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if Tony Filoni had an Ahsoka body pillow. Oh, I'm sure he does. He probably paints his wife up like Ahsoka. Will you cosplay for me? About a year ago or so, I was able to get the 97 mail-away action figure of Force Ghost Obi-Wan. Oh, sweet. Made by Counter. It looks real cool. Yeah, absolutely. That's amazing. It's too cool. I'd rather spend my money on something else like a Catwoman body pillow. Hey, there you go. I'll take a Padme or Black Widow or a Baby Jin. Good taste. I'd go with Chun-Li. There you go. But why do the older movies say they're from Fox? Disney. We own Fox. Yes. Now that I think about it, it was special to see the prequels on the cinema as a kid. I will always remember how happy I was to see Revenge of the Sith. Yeah, me too. I loved the prequels. Like I told you guys, I was 25 when I saw Phantom. So by the time Sith came out, I was like 30 years old. Roughly. I love them, all of them. So I laugh when people are like, "Oh, that's because you were a kid." And no, not at all. 20th Century Studios now, not 20th Century Fox. Yes. Get going. It's been fun watching. Oh, thanks for stopping in, and you have a great night, man. I'll be here for a while. If anything, maybe you'll see me tomorrow morning. I think I know what Dave's answer would be. Maul has so much power that he can teleport the feces out of his mouth. Correct. Dildoni vision. Dildoni vision. What else would he do besides sit? Yeah. I don't know. Float, stand. I just realized we haven't got. No, I know. This always happens. Whenever I decide to do one of the movies, you guys want to chat. And hey, it's fine. It's fine with me. I can always move it to another stream. We can just sit here and chat and hang out. I have no problem with that. I give you guys what you want. I never tell you what you want. I'm always going to tell you the truth. But if you guys want to just hang out or talk about something else or, you know, as long as it's Star Wars, it revolves around Star Wars, hey. I want George. Yeah, so do I. Man, Bear Pig. Yeah. I really wish he would buy that shit back and just delete all that shit and go back to where we were. Dildoni Vision would be the name on my thing. Yes. I like that a lot, Dildoni Vision. George Lucas, that diabolical genius. Yes. That's probably why Disney is trying to make Star Wars in their vision. That's why they're breaking canon. Yeah. Mandalorian is overrated. Oh, it's insanely overrated. It's a freaking train wreck. It's better burn out than fade away. Fade in. Yes, fade in. I seen the Force Ghost, meaning I'm a Jedi. Cool. There you go. When would Obi-Wan have whispered it to Vader before he died? Yeah, I don't when would he? There's no real time where he could, so. Ryan Johnson's so stupid. Why would Yoda be using a cane as a Force Ghost? Again, because they don't think. They just want to look. They're gonna love it. It's Yoda. Let's see, he's walking with his cane, but he's a Force Ghost, and you're not using your brain. Why would he need a cane? Yeah, he is a joke. Brie Larson is an Academy Award winner for Best Actress. I know. She's an actress, all right. I love the prequels. Me too. I'm jealous of you for having the counter. Yeah, for real. Someone say good things about the prequels. Oh, we love the prequels here. Some more than others, some to different degrees, but me, that's what Star Wars is, dude. 1 through 6. That's Star Wars. Everything else is like extra, add. Half of it is trash. Star Wars is 1 through 6. No more, no less. Always 2 trilogies there are. I love the prequels. I renamed it to 20th Century Mouse. Correct. Close. Eat my doo-doo. Dildoniverse. I love that. Man, in 1 week I got 2 great sayings. Dildoniverse and raise hand. Oh, raise and Maul versus Maul's turd, yes. There are no Yo Mama jokes in the Star Wars universe. Correct. There are in Disney's fan fiction, and in Dildoniverse, there's lots of Yo Mama jokes. I bet the story group sits around and flings Yo Mama jokes at each other all day long. When I get new Lego Star Wars game, I'm not playing the STD. Yeah. Thanks for subscribing, Man Bear Pig. You should never play with STDs. They're bad for you. I prefer the prequels. Some people do. The OT is the crown jewel. I mean, but I love the prequels. They're great. For the most part. Yeah, and I'm not saying they're perfect. And individually, I mean, I love them. I like them. So I don't have a problem with them. But I can see how individually, you know, like people would say, well, but this movie, this, and it's not, blah, blah, blah. But you have to remember that in reality, there's not 6 episodes. George Lucas himself said it. I'm glad that I finished these movies so that now you can see it as it's intended, as one complete story. It's only 6 episodes because if not, you'd be sitting in the theater for like 12 hours and you'd be like, it's too much. But the reality is the Skywalker saga. It's one movie. He said it in many ways, many times. It's one movie. Now the circle is complete. How ironic, right? To hear that later after the prequels were done. It's one movie. That's how you have to look at it. And since it's one movie, how beautiful and important are the prequels? Because now you have all that context. Now you understand it all. You see the entire story. Too many times people want to look at Star Wars like as individual movies. And I get it. It's important to look at separate things, you know. But Star Wars, more than any other franchise, far and away, it's about one complete saga. All those pieces are of a sum. So, if you want to break them apart, yes, people could argue this or that about the films. But what is important is that they do what they're supposed to do, is tell the story, the saga. So, they may not be the best films on their own, but they're great at what they're supposed to be. Great Star Wars films. At the end of the day, that's what matters, is that they maintain a continuity and tell a beautiful story. And that is exactly what the prequels do. Again, Star Wars is a woman, literally. No woman is perfect. She's going to have flaws. But you have to look at the overall thing. Does that woman, or do you adore that woman or man or whatever your situation is? I just say woman because I'm a man. You love her, you adore her, you desire her because of her sum, not just because, well, I don't know. Sometimes you could just because of one thing. But what I'm saying is that going to last? No. Your wife, you adore because of the sum of who she is. Your husband, whatever. Robot Chicken had a Yo Mama fight. Yeah, that's Robot Chicken. Close. AOTC is an underrated movie. That's my favorite prequel movie. I love AOTC. Absolutely love AOTC. Not quite. Sorry, but Han just shot your wingman. You're a little bit off there, buddy. You didn't stay on target. Oh, boy. You'll find that I'm full of surprises. Here's my ranking with Disney. 5, 4, 3, 6, 2, R1, 1, Solo, 7, 9, 8. Yeah, but you got 1. Oh, Phantom Menace. I'm thinking of Star Wars, right? Okay, 1. So Empire, Star Wars, Rots, Jedi, Clones, R1, Menace. Yeah. It wouldn't be, that's not my list, but yeah, I mean, I can see. Which Jedi or Jedi Master do you feel was underutilized? I'm saying Kit Fisto. I wanted to see more from him. To me, he had that cool factor. Yeah, absolutely. Kit's awesome. I would have loved to have seen more Ki-Adi-Mundi. I would have absolutely loved to see more Ayla Secura. But ironically, the one that's most underutilized is literally Yaddle. You see her there for like 2 seconds, and then that's it. You never see her in action. Even Coleman Trebor, I mean, he fights a little bit and gets shot down by Django. I mean, most of them are there in the arena fighting. Yaddle is just like, you see her for 2 seconds, and that's that. She has to be the most underutilized. You don't know any story on her. You don't see her in action. You don't see her do anything. She just is on the council in the council chambers. Kit, you see him. He force pushes 3PO, right? When he's like, "Oh my God, what am I doing?" and he's shooting because he has the wrong body. And Kit, force pushes him and smiles at him. So, while sure it would have been awesome to see a lot more, at least that's a specific and important part, right? That he pushes 3PO like that. Like Lucas really gave Kit some love when you think about it, because he's got like a full face cameo and he helps out 3PO. So for me, Yaddle, I mean, we see nothing of Yaddle. I really like Ki-Adi-Mundi though. And man, I love me some Ayla Secura. Would have loved to have seen her kicking ass. What up, Keto? Without Disney, Empire, Sith, Jedi, Clones, Menace, and Hope. Wow. Hope under all that? Wow. People are saying Ki-Adi-Mundi was a terrible person. Why? He's Master Jedi. Why is he a terrible person? He's worried about the Wookiees. You know who we need to see more of? Yarrow Proof. Yeah, there's plenty of them. By all means. Yaddle was totally underutilized. Even the Jedi Librarian got more talking time. Yeah. Jocasta Nu, who, you don't see much, but she talks and she helps Obi-Wan, and, you can tell that she's wise, and she actually has a bit of time, more time than most of the Jedi. Screen time. So. Yarrow Poof, that was on the council in Phantom Menace, really creeped me out as a little kid. What's a Misa saying? Yaddle was the only other member of Yoda species, yes. At least in canon. There's in comics there's another little Yoda dude. Or was it it's comics. I meant to say expanded universe, but yeah, comics. There's a video that explains why Ki-Adi was a sociopath or social path. I think you mean sociopath. Yes, Yaddle like paddle, I believe so. Blockhead. I always get a kick out of your Blockhead. I used to love those dudes. I used to love the shit out of Gumby, man. The waterfalls were plastic wrap and the clouds were cotton balls. Oh man, I used to love the shit out of Gumby. It was so well done. I think I know what Yoda species name would be. Minch. I don't know about that. I mean, it could be, but Minch was his original name. Not necessarily intended to be a species, but I suppose it could be. Sociopath? Yeah, I think that's what he meant. Unless, he was using Ray's hand and he was talking about sociopath. Unless he's part of the Dildoni verse. Dildoni verse. As a kid, I used to think Yaddle was Yoda's girlfriend. Yeah. I kind of thought, if she's the only other one, I mean, but then again, the Jedi are celibate, so. I mean, we can do the movie or a section of it, but if you guys want to keep talking, I got no problem. I can always do it next week or another time, Yarrow proof on Robot Chicken. Yes, I do remember. Vaguely, because I haven't watched it in a while, but yeah. It's up to you guys. I'm actually a little bit tired, so we don't necessarily have to do the Jedi this week. We could push it and just chat. Timo und Johannes Gamer. Hi. Hello there. Welcome. Gumby could walk into any book with his pony pal Pokey too. Yes. Pokey. I used to have they were like bendy. They had the wires inside them. They had like bendy arms, and Pokey had bendy legs. I had the blockheads. I had a whole set. Goo. What was the yellow dinosaur? Was it Peckle? It's been a long time. I think it was Peckle, right? Anyways, I had them all. I had like a whole set. And in fact, I had like a mini set where there were like little mini Gumby and blockheads and a little Pokey. And then I had the bigger ones that had the bendy wire arms and or legs. Which that Gumby was decent size. So I had the little minifigures, and then yep, long time ago. Jedi, whatever you want to do. Have you played and finished KOTOR? No, I have not. I have been so insanely busy. Prickle, right? It's been so long. No, I have not. I've just been so busy. The documentary will be out in the next couple of days. That'll be out of the way. Then I have to get the Empire project out of the way, which is the two big projects for this year. And then, especially after I get the documentary done, I'll be able to breathe a little bit. And I plan on getting a little bit more on Not My Star Wars Gaming. I've been really neglecting that. I'm just so damn busy. But I do need to play KOTOR. I definitely want to. You guys will know because I'll let you know that I'm going to be playing KOTOR, so that'll be fun. It's just that I'm someone that likes to give attention and energy to something. You know what I mean? So for me to fire up KOTOR right now, I've got Old Republic. I play Call of Duty Mobile every day. I've got all these videos I'm editing. doing streams on different networks. I got way too much, and for me to play KOTOR right now would be like just not even doing it justice. So I want to play it when I like have time and I can sit there and think and play, and you know what I mean, really give it love. So, but I do intend on soon doing that. I want to do a little bit more gaming, and yeah. I've just been insanely busy. Like, remember, I put out a video every day for the past month. So, never had blockheads. Why not? You got the blockhead, the avatar. Prickle. Gumby was the shit. Yeah, I loved Gumby, man. Gumby was awesome. I love watching the old Gumby DVD as a kid. Parents made sure I watched a lot of old stuff. That's cool. That's good. What was it? He could walk through any book with his pony pal Pokey too. And if you have a heart, then Gumby's a part of you. Man, it's been so long since I've seen that. Why was Ray sold to someone if she lives in an abandoned Star Destroyer not owned by anyone? Kathy, why? Because fuck you, that's why. Yeah, that's true. Why was she sold off and told to be under Unkar Plunkett when he totally acts like he doesn't even know her? He's just selling her shit. Because Disney. Because when you don't plan shit and you just make it up as you go along, you make a lot of mistakes. Like they did. Simple, logical mistakes that a child can see. Because you thought you were bigger than Star Wars and could just fucking wing it. And the fact that they winged the sequel trilogy should be more than enough evidence for anybody to say, fuck this. This is bullshit. This Disney shit is crap, and they honestly do not care about Star Wars. Because why you would wing a sequel trilogy of the greatest franchise of all time? Only because you just don't give a damn. Legendary will love it. Gameplay is a bit dated, but the story and choices are its strong point. Definitely requires, yeah. That's the thing. I know there's a lot of dialogue and you have to make decisions, and I don't want to, you know what I mean? I want to focus, so. But I'll get to it. I have no doubt of that. Story Cloak Series. War of the Bounty Hunters, right? I keep hearing about it. That's two of my favorite things in it. Bounty Hunters and Star Wars. Too bad for them. My wallet is closed to Disney. It has both of those things in it, and I promise you that neither one of them is truly a bounty hunter or Star Wars. So Dildoni Comics. I like the video with the premiere of Star Wars. Thanks, I'm glad you liked it. I listened the music of KOTOR to write. Yeah, those were crazy times. Yeah, he was just a little green slab of clay. Gumby, you should see what Gumby can do today. Gumby, yes. He can walk into any book. Yes. He once was a little green slab of clay. Gumby. I think that's how it goes. Yes. I remember for Empire we had to wait in line from noon to see the 9:30 showing. Yeah. I guess seeing a woman as a slave is harmful, even though men in slavery is okay. Yeah. Gumby for me represents a more simpler time. Yeah. We watch AOTC at 3 a.m. Yeah, I mean, we can. It's not that I won't. I just, man, I'm realizing I'm tired, more tired than I had thought. But it's okay. I've got some energy. We can hang out for a while. I was up pretty early working on this damn documentary. Man, that thing is kicking my butt. But it's okay. It'll be worth it. And it's just me being a perfectionist. I do need to run to the bathroom and get a drink. My moonshine is out. So I need some more moonshine. So I'll take a quick break and then, we can talk about whatever or, do Jedi. I feel bad because I make the thumbnail and everything. And then it's like, shit, we're just hanging out, it's cool. It's totally fine. It's just funny. About Connection. I meant when we saw it in the theater. Oh, you watched AOT at 3 a.m. Okay, I got you. I thought you meant like us watched. I got you. About Connection. Yeah, maybe was about babies. No, for me, Padme never was force sensitive. Maybe he is in Disney canon like Han. It's bullshit for me. I meant that he would feel her through kids. Yeah, and again, one, Anakin's the exception. He's the chosen one. Two, that's his wife. Not to be crude, but I mean, he was inside of her. Of course he's going to sense Padme. You know what I mean? That's why he falls, his attachment to her. So, yes, of course. But, yeah, the kids. But that doesn't mean that she's force sensitive. It just means that Anakin's, powerful and has a connection to his wife. So, yeah. Absolutely. And it's not at all to take anything from Padme. Padme is a badass. Love Padme. She's why Leia is who Leia is. But you don't necessarily have to have the Force to be a badass. Jyn Erso, I love Jyn. Baby Jyn is my favorite Star Wars girl. She doesn't have the Force. It would scare me if women managed to force men into slavery. Haven't you ever seen Hell Comes to Frogtown? I believe it's the one. If you haven't, there you go. Another show that kind of sort of shows that is, that was a movie, but a show that kind of sort of shows that is Spartacus. There's aspects of that. Run to the bathroom. Yeah. Got a moonshine still in your bathroom? I had a lot of moonshiners in my recent family tree. It'll pickle your innards, yeah. Yeah, no, it's just water, but Wes asked me earlier, he's like, is that a moonshine bottle? Can you imagine if I would have drank it, how freaking roasted I would be right now? Holy shit. I'd be passed out on the floor. Man. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I need to stretch. I need some water. I suggest you do the same. Spartacus was amazing. I loved Spartacus. Fantastic. And it was a shame that Andy had died. The other guy wasn't quite Andy, but he grows on you, and he did a really good job. To be fair to him, he did really good. It's just that everybody fell so in love with Andy that, it was hard. But, the other guy was good too. He had, a big order to stand against, but he held his own. He did very well. He's not as good as Andy. Andy was Spartacus, but he did really good. And I can't remember the other guy's name, but anyways. And did you watch all 3-4 seasons? I forget how many there were now. I think it was 4. Because there was like the prequel, then there was I think 2 seasons after the main one. So, yeah, they're all really good. And again, continuity. That show, throughout the whole show, whether it's real history and direct, it's not meant to be, it's fantasy. But the show within itself, its own universe, maintained a story and continuity. People behave the way they behave. They did the things that they do. the relate on that's part of the beauty of that show. It besides the awesome like people getting killed and chopped in the arena and the maker of rain and all that, it was freaking badass. But the fact of one of the greatest things about that show was everyone was tied to each other. It was like this big spider web of everyone involved with, you know, sleeping with each other in the back or stabbing each other in the back, and like what was her name? Domina, you know, messing around with the slaves and, you know, all that stuff. That was that's one of the best parts of Spartacus, was they maintained such continuity and connection between all the characters, how they all had some sort of tie to each other, and for the most part they didn't even know it. You know, what a beautiful, masterful show that was. I loved Spartacus. Yeah, Andy was great. He truly was. And let me tell you something. Everyone that knew him spoke very highly of him. Now, granted, some people virtue signal, you know, oh, he passed away. Yeah, he was great. We were best friends. We had lunch this day, and you know. But everybody spoke so highly of him, that he was such a good dude, and father, and husband, and not anything, you know, not trying to like downgrade his wife, but his wife was just a pretty normal, you know, normal chick. She wasn't anything, you know. But anyways, yeah, Andy was awesome. That's a true shame. And everybody spoke so highly of him. Everybody. So I don't know if you saw it. There was like there was like a little documentary about him. It was pretty good. So did the new guy take over the role, or was he a new character? Yeah, the new guy was Spartacus. Yeah. It was as if Andy wasn't there. He was meant to be that whole character arc. Not that he was trying to make it like Andy wasn't there. I'm just saying, like, you have to suspend belief that he was the same Spartacus the whole time. It's just a different actor. Yeah. Yeah, Andy was great. Show called Warrior on HBO Max, which is really good, violent but good. No, I don't know it. I'll have to check it out. I love Spartacus. I really, truly love that show so much. Fantastic acting. The sets were beautiful. The story writing. You talk about story writing. Dialogue, scripts. Disney, learn. Newest episode of The Bad Bitch right here during the stream, so you don't have to. Yeah, what? Go for it. Yeah. What was her name? Lucretia, I think it was. It's been a while. Andy Whitfield, yeah. Andy was awesome. No, I haven't. I've been too busy, but next week after I get this documentary out, I have it. I wrote it down, and it's funny because I was thinking about it today. I do want to see it. I will see it. Couldn't remember. Yeah. Like 2 Darrens on Bewitched, yeah. True, as always. Little side story, and then I'm going to take a break. And I don't like to talk too much about my daughter, but this doesn't hurt anything, I guess. Lucretia. Growing up, I loved Bewitched. I liked the show. I liked the idea. I liked Baby Tabitha. I liked all of it. But I also very much liked Samantha. Not just her character, but like as a boy, like, ooh, I liked me some Samantha. I thought she was a babe. Not my favorite woman of all time, but I liked me some Samantha. Plus, I thought she was a good actress, and like her character in the show, and it was neat that she would twitch her nose and all that stuff. So I really liked me some Samantha and Tabitha, and I always adored that name. So my baby girl is Samantha. I named her, and that is because of Bewitched. And I always thought if I ever had a second daughter, there's a high chance she would be called Tabitha. Yeah, she was pretty, especially for those times. Not that there weren't gorgeous women at those times, but I'm saying like her hairstyle and like she fit that time. You know what I mean? Some women seem like out of time, or like, you know, would have been fit better in an older time or more present time. But yeah, Samantha was a babe, and I really liked her as an actress, as a person, as a or as her character, better said, because I didn't know anything about her. There wasn't Tiger Beat magazine and all that stuff then. Anyways, yeah, I very much liked I liked her as like an actress and the character, but I also had a super crush on her as a young boy. I really liked Samantha. So anyways, there you go. My daughter is Samantha because of Bewitched. And many years ago, I met a girl that her name was Tabitha, and I said, I love your name. In fact, I named my daughter Samantha because of Bewitched. And she said, you know what? My dad named me Tabitha because of Bewitched. I'll never forget that. That was many years ago. She was a little bit younger than me, but I thought that was so fucking cool. So anyways, and I think Samantha's an awesome name. Sam, Sammy, I think it's cute. It's good for a kid, but also as a woman, like, I think it's a sexy name. So not that I, want to sexualize my daughter, but she will have a husband someday. And I think Samantha's a badass name. So cute, feminine enough, pretty enough, but also like Samantha could be like a Laura Croft. You know what I mean? It's an awesome name. So there you go. There's a little piece of Not My Star Wars history for you. Serena. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, Samantha was awesome. I didn't like when she did those movies after Bewitched, like A Case of Rape or Lizzie Borden. Yeah, no, I liked her as Samantha the Witch. To be fair, I wasn't like a huge fan of like her whole career or whatever. I liked her as Samantha the Witch. Yes. Serena. Who's Serena? The mother? The evil stepmom? Who's Serena? I don't remember now. That's funny. Or was she from Spartacus? Who's Serena? I can't think. As Xena was awesome. This can be named Strong Woman, not Rey. Yes. Sam's kooky cousin. Wow, why can't I remember her right now? I'd have to see her. I don't remember her right now. Just so much in my head, and I'm tired. I would have to like see her or think about it. And Dora is her mom. Serena is Sam's cousin. Yeah, right now I can't think of her cousin. Serena, Elizabeth Montgomery. I need a picture. Oh, okay, yes. Yes, okay. I got you, yes. She was the kooky, yes. I got you. Yeah. My brain, like, I have a pretty good memory and, but names are not my thing. It's not that I forget everybody's name, but like if I meet 10 people, I might forget their name like a minute later. Your face, I see it once. 10 years from now, I will recognize you in the street. That's just how my brain works. Like I'm very visual. So a name, I would be like, huh? I see a face. Gotcha. So, yes, I remember the kooky cousin now. More black wig, yeah. The light goes on. Yeah, as soon as I saw a picture, I just, it's been a while. They're making Omega stay with the ship. Good. I know, right? My next daughter, I'm thinking I'll name her Marie Ann Ginger. Or Mary Ann Ginger. I got you. Yep, Mary Ann Ginger. I always thought Ginger was a cool name. Mary Jane, Mary Ann. I really like Mary Jane. The name. But that too. Yeah, but no, I mean, I think Mary Jane's a super cute, super feminine, nice name. I love the name Mary Jane. MJ. Uncle Google always helps. Yes, Uncle Google does help. The professor and Marianne too. Yes, indeed. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. This time I will play the George Lucas. I keep saying it. I keep mixing up my intermissions, and I will play indeed the George Lucas. First, I think you need some of this though. Don't plan on traveling anytime soon. Remember that Not My Star Wars is always
charming to the last.
And I will see you guys in about 10 minutes. Enjoy the knowledge and wisdom of the maker that Disney and Dildoni seem to always forget. See you in a few.
If you think of the first three films as one film, which is what it was intended to be, Darth Vader comes in the front door, scares everybody, kills a few guys, and then you follow it through, and then you find out that Luke is his father, and then eventually it ends up with him not being the bad guy, but actually being a rather sad guy, and then eventually being the hero and killing the Emperor. That, if you saw it as one movie, that's the movie you'd see. And one of the problems I had is that Darth Vader became such an icon of evil that when it got split up over 6 years, the impact of him as a tragic character got lost. So that was one of the inspirations for going back and doing the backstory, because it really is about, it's really the tragedy of Darth Vader is the story. The struggle in Star Wars is about passion against compassion, which is greed against giving and giving up primarily. And the whole issue is the flip side of greed is fear of losing. So you're either trying to get things or you're afraid of losing the things that you've got. And the idea is that to let go of those things and because once you start down that path of fear, then you're trying to protect things and you're willing to fight for things and you're willing to. And the Jedi's basic job in the beginning, which we never get to see too much of because we start really during the war, they were like marshals in the Old West. I mean, they would go from town to town and they would, help solve the problems. And in a lot of cases, the marshals and the judges were pretty much the same thing, and they would just travel and they would bring justice and solve problems for people, which is kind of what Jedi are. And they're negotiators, they're not fighters. Only they're negotiators, sort of like the mafia. They're compassionate negotiators with a very big laser sword, which they don't like to use, but if somebody, doesn't want to solve the problem, then they'll solve it for them, so to speak, which is an incentive for people to solve their problems without fighting. The first film starts with the last age of the Republic, which is it's getting tired, it's old, it's getting corrupt. There's the rise of the Sith, who are now becoming a force. And in the backdrop of this, you have Anakin Skywalker, a young boy who's destined to be a very significant player in bringing balance back to the Force and the Republic. In the second film, we get into more of that turmoil. It's the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's the beginning of the end of democracy in the Republic. It's sort of the beginning of the end of the Republic. And it's Anakin Skywalker beginning to deal with some of his more intense emotions of anger, hatred, sense of loss, possessiveness, jealousy, and the other things he's coping with. Then we will get to the third film where he is seduced to the dark side, which brings us up to films 4, 5, and 6, where Anakin's offspring redeem him and allow him to fulfill the prophecy, where he brings balance to the Force by doing away with the Sith and getting rid of evil in the universe. A lot of the issues that are in films 4, 5, and 6 become much clearer when you begin to realize what's behind the issues and how things came to pass. Because there's a lot of things that really are alluded to in the last 3 films, but they don't make much sense unless you really get the gist of what happens, and you really have to have seen 1, 2, and 3 in order to get it all. You get to see the universe, kind of, in the first 3 films. You know, you get to go to the Senate, you get to go to the center of the galaxy, you get to go to these very sophisticated planets and all this kind of stuff. And you're seeing things that are very sophisticated. You're seeing very sophisticated aliens, all kinds of things that are digitally created, you know, large scope, very vast scale and everything. So then when you get down to episode 4, it's all very small. You know, everything's real tiny. There's no scope to it at all. And it's in a very small corner of the galaxy. You talk about those things, but you never ever get to see them. But of course in this thing, you'll have already seen all those things, so you'll know what they're talking about. And you'll know when he's saying, you know, I'm stuck here in the far corner of the galaxy, you'll know what he's talking about. And you'll realize that he is stuck in a little dim corner of the universe. Found in all living things, around us, flows from us, controls individuals, yet we have free will. We have a destiny if we want to follow it. We live for a reason and must discover what it is. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish you get stuff, or you want stuff. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure, experience. Once you become afraid that somebody's going to take it away from you, or you're going to lose it, then you start to become angry, especially if you're losing it. And that anger leads to hate. And hate leads to suffering. Mostly on the part of the person who's selfish, because you spend all your time being afraid of losing everything you've got, instead of actually living. Where joy, by giving to other people, you can't think about yourself, and therefore there's no pain. But the pleasure factor of greed and of selfishness is a short-lived experience. Therefore, you're constantly trying to replenish it. But of course, the more you replenish it, the harder it is to, so you have to keep upping the ante. You're actually afraid of the pain of not having the joy. So that is ultimately the core of the whole dark side, light side of the Force. And everything flows from that. Obviously, the Sith are always unhappy because they never get enough of anything they want. Mostly their selfishness centers around power and control. And the struggle is always to be able to let go of all that stuff. And of course, that's the problem with Anakin ultimately is. You're allowed to love people, but you're not allowed to possess them. And what he did is that he, fell in love and then married her and then became jealous. And then he saw in his visions that she was going to die. He couldn't stand losing her. So in order to not lose her, he made a pact with the devil to be able to become all-powerful.
I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you.
But of course, when he did that, she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So he lost her.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Once you were powerful, being able to bring her back from the dead, well, if I can do that, then I can be Emperor of the Universe. I can get rid of the Emperor. I can do everything. I can make everything the way I want it.
And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
And once you do that, you know, you'll never be satiated. You're always going to be consumed with this driving desire to have more stuff and be afraid that others are going to take it away from you. And of course they are. Because every time you get two Sith together, you have the master, you have the apprentice, and the apprentice is always trying to recruit another apprentice to join with him to kill the master. And the master knows that he's basically everybody below him wants his job. Only way to overcome the dark side is through discipline. The dark side is pleasure, biological, and temporary, and easy to achieve. The light side is joy, everlasting, and difficult to achieve. The great challenge: must overcome laziness, give up quick pleasures, and overcome fear, which leads to hate. It's about good and evil in us, as well as our institutions. So, and the idea that some of us think we're really great people, but in the real world we're not. We're terrible people.
Or you can make bad choices.
Well, you make bad choices, but you run your life in a very selfish way, and you think you're doing good when you're actually not. And at the same time, it's you know, how do democracies turn back into dictatorships? Why do people who have the power to have the freedom and everything turn it over to somebody who's going to take it all away from them? It's happened through history forever and ever, and all Star Wars is a way of updating that idea to say, watch out, because there are people out there who don't play by the rules, and if you're not careful, you're going to lose all your freedom. And at the same time, those people who may not play by the rules because they're selfish and greedy turn themselves into evil people who don't care about other people.
zooming at the lightning speed of computer blips.
If Video Man were here now, you'd be in real trouble.
But he isn't. Almost at the speed of light, Video Man streaks through the maze of wires, following the powerful pulses right back to their source. In microseconds.
Hello there. I needed some energy, so I'm munching on salad. I'm sure you guys have seen Eddie Murphy do Gumby. I don't care for Bill Maher, but every now and then he says something funny. And I heard him say, Joe Biden knows everything about the Constitution. He was there when they wrote it. I thought that was good. See what you guys are talking about. Marianne Jimger, yes. Uncle Google, yes. She just teleported out of the ship from the complicated. Oh Lord. Here we go. Tale of a fateful trip. It started from this tropic port on board a tiny ship. Nothing like the Return of the Jedi? No, I'm sure it doesn't. Adolescent. Well, it is 23 years before. However, if my memory serves, Rancors live hundreds of years, so 23 years to a Rancor isn't going to age much. Let's see. Dathomir, 5 meters tall. Felicia. All right, nothing in canon. Let's see in Legends. Oh. There was a game that had Rancors all over the place, and you could kill them. I don't remember if it was Jango Fett Bounty Hunter, but there was a game, I remember. And I think there was people riding them that would chase you and you could kill them. Was it Force Unleashed, maybe? It's been so long since I've played those. I'm seeing everything about Rancors except for their age. A cross between a bear and a potato, the concept of the Rancor. I don't see an age here. It says when it died. It doesn't say when it was born or... Yeah, I don't see any reference to their age. Some sort of powers that made it seem like she made Muchie calm down. I wish we could have got sequels from George's hand. Yeah, well, we were supposed to. He handed the shit to Disney. That's why I think it's hilarious that people are saying, oh, George is going to come back. The latest I heard, he's coming back for a year. All his movies he took 3 years to make, but you think he's going to come back for a year? It's Disney, who's shit all over his thing, disrespected him, told him to fuck off. And as soon as he comes back and fixes anything, they're just going to go right behind him and fuck it up again. Right. George Lucas is going to do that. Sure. Waste a year of his life. He's almost 80 years old for Disney to just shit on it. Be real. Now, if he bought it back, had full control, and had people to do the heavy lifting for him, sure. But to think that George would go back and mess around with Disney? Be real. Dildoni. The Sith are Disney, yes. Yeah. That we saw a while ago. That's we knew was coming. Well, we already knew it was coming when the first or second episode, she just picked up a blaster out of nowhere and shot somebody. She shot Tech, right? Knocked his rifle out or whatever. Ridiculous. Now let's look at a contrast. I believe she's 10 because, like all the clones at 10, they're 20. But she doesn't have growth acceleration, so she's like Boba. Now, Boba was around clones that were training as troopers. And Boba spent most of his time with Jango Fett. At the time, the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. Omega was being babysitted in a lab and was being followed around by, I forget if it was Tan Wei or Lama Su, one of the two were with her all the time. So that she would even have the instinct or the skill to pick up that blaster and shoot it. It's nonsense. Dildoni. She finds everything on her own. Well, of course. You're delusional, Anakin. She's annoying, yeah. She seems to think she's part of the squad. I'm glad Hunter told her to go back to the ship and stay there. Bib Fortuna and 2 Gamorrean guards. Oh, boy. Bad choices like Kathleen Kennedy, yeah. That woman is the dark side. Yes, she is. Welcome, Richie Dupe. Can't agree enough, buddy. Fade in. Fade the fuck in, KK.
Fade in.
You want... Yeah, she sure did. They didn't have any source material. Yep. Should make some FKK t-shirts. I really wish I could I can't draw, but I would love if I had an image of Mickey. That last shot where he's crying and the tears are coming out. I would totally make a shirt of that. Revenge of the Fans, something like that. Choker. I couldn't imagine being her husband. My lord. She must have made him crazy. Go into their own direction and look where that went. Yep. Nope. No plan whatsoever. Yeah. Firestar, man, she was super drawn, super sexy. Props to Stan Lee. She had an amazing body. Holy shit. Good grief. Back when cartoons and comics were fucking done right. If they were, the Bad Batch would have been messed up and handicapped, but in Dave's mind, they're the Avengers. Correct. Correct. That's the thing. He's making it to where these defective clones are like all superpowered, and it's like, that's not what defects are. Defects are defects. They would be all hunchbacks and screwed up and couldn't shoot a damn thing, and they would be like 99. There's a difference between a defect and a mutation. X-Men are mutations. Defects are at the factory, which you throw away because it's defective. But we went from them being defective clones to now they're genetically altered or manipulated or whatever. Like Dave totally switched again. I don't know why people don't see through this thing. Why they have so much faith in Dave Filoni when he literally bends his own shit all the time. Never mind George's. And we've seen how it's going. Yep. Eddie Murphy, Gumby, and Buckwheat. Yes. Hunter's Captain America, Wrecker's Hulk, Tex Iron Man, Echo's Thor, and Omega Captain Marvel. Yeah, I didn't really think of it that way, but good analysis there. Good observation there, James. Did you forget somebody? Hunter, Wrecker, Tech, Echo. You're missing somebody. Crosshair. Who's Crosshair? Green Arrow? Some kind of hatch? I'm assuming Omega coming out of the ship, because James said she teleported. I don't know. I got to watch it. Now you got me curious. 5 passengers set sail that day for a 3-hour tour. 3-hour tour. The minnow would be lost. Yes, the minnow. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be too upset being trapped on that island with Ginger and Marianne. Just saying. Could be a lot worse. If you're the professor, you got it made. I'm pimping those two all day. Gilligan's Gilligan. He's a goofball. I get the Rancor smaller since it's 23 years earlier, but it looks different. Yeah. Rancor at Jabba's palace. Girls with sabers talking about the baby Rancor. They don't seem to stream too often. They only stream every now and then. And they don't make any videos. And apparently they share a mic. Oh, they're all all over. They're a mess. And they get tons of super chats and have all these subscribers and channel members. And it's like, man, you guys can't buy a mic? My channel makes no money. I don't get super chats, so I have an excuse. These girls are getting like all this money when they stream, and I'm like, holy shit. Nice one, Pumbaa. I hate Luke for killing that cute little Rancor. The Rancor killed a slave and a guard, and Luke defended himself. Force Unleashed was where you killed some Rancors. Okay, yeah. Took off the Rancor age so he can answer the age limit himself. Anything's possible. Force Unleashed on Felucia, right. Killing Rancors with Felucian Ward, right. Yeah, I remember. I remember you go through like some little tunnels and it's all Felucia. And there's open areas and there's Rancors, yeah. I thought it was cool how the Felucian Rancors had those cool, almost fluorescent like stripes, yeah. Skin color variation to help camouflage into the foliage, yeah. It's funny because, well, I guess technically that's lore because it's not canon that they're from Felucia. I mean, George never talks on it, so you have to assume that the Rancor is from Tatooine. Then again, Jabba controls the Outer Rim, so he could have had one delivered. But just saying, as we have no reference as to where any of them are from. Lore says they're mostly from Dathomir, which is cool. That's fine. But my thought just was that, well, now I lost my thought. Yeah, I don't even remember what point I was going to make. But yeah, they were cool in the game, how they were. Oh, that's what I was going to say is we see Felucia. We don't have any context of Rancors being connected to Felucia. We see Felucia and we see the sexy Isla Sakura there. So you get it. Your thought of Felucia is like, man, what an exotic, beautiful place with an exotic, beautiful Jedi. You don't really think that about Rancor stomping around, which would have been a cool thing if there was one or two stomping around, scooped up a couple clones. But that also makes you think, if George didn't do that, maybe they're not really intended to be from Felucia. Sounds like Dildoni to me. Not that I have any problem with it. I think it would be neat if there were some on Felucia, just saying. It wasn't Force Unleashed, so I guess you could maybe say that George had maybe suggested or said something about it. But then again, the game developers could have just said, hey, we like Rancors and we're going to put them on Felucia. I remember that. Weren't there 3 separate Rancors you had to defeat? Yeah, there was I believe it was 3. They were tricky. Really large monster you had to defeat on Cato Nemodia when having the same Ram Coda. It was like a Rancor on steroids. Yeah, I do vaguely remember that. Sounds like something I want to be called. I'd make an image of us as Lego minifigures and you, me, Roberta, TGS, Dead Girls, MJ1, and everyone else on the stream beating up Mickey Mouse and Kathy. Is there a Lego Mickey Mouse? I would think there is, right? There's had to have been at some point. Firestar was MJ from the 60s Spider-Man show, but retooled into Firestar since they couldn't get Human Torch. Yeah. Firestar's awesome. And I mean that like as a general character. She was brave, cool, super smart, loyal, you know, she was like all these awesome, like she's like the perfect girlfriend. Fun, you know, she was so awesome. And it didn't hurt that she had a smoking body on her. Firestar was badass. I'd jump into video game. I'd become a program to chill with her any day. Since they couldn't get Human Torch, yeah. That would be awesome, yeah. Crosshair, Hawkeye, yeah. Hawkeye, yeah. Green Arrows with Justice League. Yeah, true. I know that stuff. Like I grew up with it and stuff, but I'm not like up on Marvel and comics and stuff like that. So I get them mixed up sometimes. But yeah, true. Goes bad on the first film. He can't control his body. And there you go. That's so funny. I didn't even think of that. And it's like, man, it's so obvious that's what they're doing. Just read one of Girls with Sabers taglines for one of their videos. In defense of Ben Solo. No, just no. Oh, Lord, you should hear them. It's pitiful. It's so pitiful. And, you know, I don't like to talk about other YouTubers, and I don't like to talk badly about people. I'm not necessarily talking badly about them, but it's, I mean, truly sad, that group, that their community and those two girls. If you heard them, you would just be like, oh my God, you really believe this crap? You really believe that those two? But a lot of girls are like that, like so desperate for romance. They'll make up and believe whatever. Roberto, I see you over there on YouNow. Please leave likes, leave gifts. I got almost 900 during the stream. Sweet. How do I not have enough bars? It says I have 35. What the hell? Yeah. I don't know how much you could stomach, but listen to one of their streams one day. You'll get it in the first 5 minutes. You'll just be like, holy shit. You people really buy this shit? You people really... it's insane. And literally, that's all they talk about. It's like, you know, Ben and they were so great together, and you could see that they were in love, and they're just going on. And it's like they talk nothing about Star Wars. They don't care about Star Wars. They're just on this Ben and Ray thing, and it's just like, holy shit. I missed the stream on YouNow. How did it go? Really good, actually. It was a lot of fun. I know I had a lot of fun. I think James had a really good time. Bobby and a few other people were there. We hung out for, I don't know, what was it, like 4 hours, 6 hours? And we just talked about all kinds of stuff, and we looked at 9/11 and a few other things. It was cool. It was chill. Not so different from this. You know, I'm the same person. But we didn't talk. And we did talk a little bit about Star Wars, but we were just, you know, hanging out and talking about life and different things. And it was cool. I look forward to it. I'm going to do it probably every Wednesday. I like YouNow, so I want to give some energy to it. And I like the idea of having that separate stream that's just YouNow and talking about other stuff, because I do so much Star Wars. It's good for me to unplug a little bit too. So yeah, it was awesome. I had a great time. I hope more of you will join me over there on Wednesdays. Again, it's free. You don't have to do anything. You just sign up like anything else, email. And for interacting, we both gain points. You know, you fanning people, watching stuff, liking stuff, you gain points as well. It's not just supporting me. It's like you can actually slowly build up your stuff, even if you don't stream, just being a viewer. Now, granted, you have to watch a lot and be around a lot and, you know, interact a lot. It's not like you're just going to make a ton of money, but I'm just saying, if you're going to be hanging out with me and watching stuff, that's a place where you can interact. It's much more interactive and a little more personal. So it's cool. I hope you guys will check it out. And again, if you're thinking about streaming at all, you should look at it because it's pretty neat. Found footage of Stanley in the 60s. He looks nothing like how I usually see him with no glasses. Yeah, really short hair. He does sound exactly like how I always hear him, though. How I hear him. Crazy. Yep. According to 2006 Star Wars Complete Visual Dictionary, rancors are inherently benign and have been domesticated by the witches of Dathomir, but Jabba encourages ferociousness by starvation. Nice. Doesn't surprise me. That's totally what Jabba would do. Especially that fat boy. That's totally what he would do. Like, what's the one thing that's going to piss you off? I know I get hangry if I don't have a Snickers. Leave that rancor down for like a year without eating. He'll get nice and angry. Totally a Jabba thing. You said 2006. Okay. Comic Firestar has a different origin from Show. She discovered her powers when being bullied, and she exposed her bully as a crooked, I think you meant, opportunist, and joined X-Men Comics. She joins Hellfire Club. How Kid targeted and nerfed the storylines. Hey, Darth. How Kid targeted and nerfed the storylines are for a Bad Batch, saying a baby Rancor, saving a baby Rancor. The only thing that was cool is it's the Rancor Luke killed. Do we know that though? Is that for sure? Like they say that or show that? Because everybody's saying that, but like, where's the connection? How do we know for sure that is Jabba's Rancor? Is there something that happens in the show that was Bib? I heard that Bib was there. Did he come by it or something? What's the connection there? Barely stream and only talk about one thing, but still get money while you talk about a lot and stream almost all the time and don't make as much. Yep. Yeah, if you watch one of their streams, they're getting all kinds of donations. And I'm not saying it's like huge ones, you know, $5, a couple bucks, but that shit adds up. And their chat is full, and all the people are like, "Oh my God, yes, I know, it's so sad," and all. They just go on, and it's so pitiful. It's so pitiful. It is what it is, man. Think Nathan Fillion ever banged the chick who played his daughter in Castle? I don't know Castle, so I can't comment. And I don't know who Nathan Fillion is either. It rings a bell, but I don't know it, so I can't comment. It's kind of an off-the-wall question. Also, according to 2006 Star Wars Complete Visual Dictionary, Jabba keeps the origin of his Rancor pet a mystery. Interesting. Honestly, when I was a kid, I just figured it was like a native creature on Tatooine. Like Tatooine has all kinds of stuff, you know, crate dragons, and you know, you see the crate dragon. So I always figured, you know, oh, that must be another native creature. Big desert, you know. That's how I just always assumed. It's not to say that's what it is, but again, as we have to go by the canon of the films, I always just assume. But, you know, again, Jabba's super powerful. When I say powerful, you know, influence-wise, right? So that could be like a treasure he gained, a prize, or whatever. I'm sure Dave's going to tell us all about it. Dildoni is going to tell us all about it. Where did the Sarlacc pit come from? Did someone plant it, or was it already there? From what I remember, it's native to Tatooine. And furthermore, according to lore, which again, this is not necessarily canon, but according to lore, the Sarlacc is like a big root system. So it actually has mouths in different areas of Tatooine. Not hundreds or thousands, but there's a few mouths around. And it's like a root system underneath where they're all connected. So it's basically like one giant monster with different mouths around Tatooine. Now, that's lore, because in canon, they say very clearly, you know, the Great Pit of Carkoon, and like they really make it as if like this is the focus. This is this one weird creature, this pit, right? This mouth. And you really get the impression that, okay, it's this one pit of death, not this network of things. But just saying, in lore, I do remember that there's stories of it having different mouths around. Crooked, yes. Raylo, Star Wars is stupid. Me, Raylo. The ships are so stupid. Me, Raylo. The Klingons are the worst part of Star Wars. Oh no, you've gone too far. Yes. I mean, after all, why wasn't Chun-Li in Mortal Kombat? Oh boy. Bib Fortuna and Jabba's guards try to secure a baby Rancor. Why would Jabba want this one if he already has one? It's an Easter egg, basically. They may not have said it, but definitely alluding to it. Okay. Felucia has Sarlacc pits too. Yeah, I've heard that as well. And again, that's, what is that, from Clone Wars? Always viewed Jabba pet Rancor. Old monarchs on Earth had menageries, private zoo of exotic animals on castle grounds as a status of wealth. Yeah, true. Again, you know, he could have, you know, that's a prize, a treasure, a gift. Could have been from anywhere. I'm just saying that you just using logic as a kid, like we didn't have any information as to where it would be from, so then I would just assume that it's native, but plus it fits, you know, it's not like a snow cat on Tatooine, right? So, but yeah, I mean, certainly it could have been a gift or prize or something. Or, you know, something he purchased. Some lavish thing like, ooh, look at me, I got a Rancor. You've got a, you know, you've got a speeder. I've got a Rancor, you know. That's totally Jabba. Yeah, for sure. I found a video on TikTok of a girl showing the Rise of Skywalker where Ben and Rey kiss. They turned it off right before he died, so the daughter isn't disappointed. So lame. I said I would have just stopped after 6 or 3, depending on the order I'm showing. Do people act like episode 6 left on a massive 32-year cliffhanger? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, the story was complete when you see 6. I saw a Raylo fan film where they do the whole, you know, Romeo and Juliet bullshit, you know. Not the way they die, but I'm saying, you know, like the two young kids and they're in love and blah, 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 and they overcome all odds and blah, blah, blah. It's just stupid. Anyways, at the end of the fan film, Rey dies. God, the Rise of Skywalker is so stupid. She dies twice in like 5 minutes. Rey dies. Ben force heals her, right? So then she gets up and he dies. He falls over. So then she grabs him and force heals him and brings him back to life. And then she dies. So then he force heals her and he dies. She grabs him, force heals him. He comes back to life. She dies. And they go back and forth like 10 times. And it's like, you guys are literally making fun of how ridiculous force healing and the Raylo thing is. And you made a Raylo video. Like, that shows you how ridiculous it is when they are, I mean, they're aware of it. They did it. So, you know, they're making fun. But it's like, if you get it to where you're making that joke, that should show you how freaking ridiculous it is. But hey. There's no cliffhanger. Yeah, I don't know of any cliffhanger. I kind of don't understand your question, but if you're asking people like from my generation that did we feel like there was a cliffhanger at the end of 6? No, the story was over. Even before we even thought about or knew about the prequels, the story was over. Then you see the prequels, and the prequels are just that, prequels. They just fill in the blanks. So it didn't change anything at all. There was no cliffhanger. The story was complete. He saves his father. Exactly. Episode 6 is perfect. Yeah, I can't argue that. So funny, I laughed. The healing each other. It's so ridiculous. According to 2006 Complete Visual Dictionary, some creatures continually defy scientific analysis, such as Sarlacc, which is a very rare beast and is undecided if it's plant or animal. Too dangerous to study further. I seem to remember reading that or hearing that. That's so funny. That sticks out to me. From your generation. Got you. Head out. Have a good night, MJ. Yeah, I'm actually kind of tired. I mean, I got a little bit in me. I'll hang out for a few, but I really doubt I would make 8 hours today. I'm tired. So, but we'll hang out. I guess we'll have to do Jedi next week or another time. I'm beat. I've been up early editing this damn thing, and I should get some rest and keep hacking at it tomorrow. I would really like to get it out Sunday or Monday. Turn the Jedi that it was the conclusion. Then I was confused watching Star Wars 4, not knowing that 4 was actually 1. Well, 4 does come before 6. No dead girls tonight. I'm kind of sad. And I have not seen Idana Danai in weeks, and I'm really sad and concerned. I hope they are all right. Hopefully they'll pop up at some point before deciding to plant themselves. Sarlacc? Huh. I never heard that before. Which totally contradicts the story that I had read, where again, there's this big network with mouths in different places, because then it wouldn't be able to move around. From what I remember, it was a native thing of Tatooine. So that's interesting. There's tons of them. The Rise of Ray's Hand. Yes. The Phantom Emo. Attack of the X-Men Clones. Yes, those were all terrible fan films. A New Woman by Dildoni Productions. Well, when they plant themselves, those systems grow like roots. Yeah, could be. Could be. Not saying it couldn't. I just don't remember ever reading that. Which, again, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I personally don't remember. That's interesting. That's one of those questions for the maker. Because I don't trust a damn thing that Dave Filoni says. Han Solo film, they show the Imperial March as propaganda for the Empire. You don't even see that on bad fan films. Yes. Yes. Solo, what a mess. I wonder if they're going to be brave and make another Solo. That would be pretty ridiculous if they did. Pretty ridiculous. Number 12. Yeah, I'm tired, man. We'll have to do Jedi next week, I suppose. Dave Filoni is king. Okay. Plant themselves. Those systems grow like roots. This fan film so far sees Jedi with a yellow lightsaber. I don't like this anymore. He's Sky Guy. Why don't you tell us why he's king? What makes him king? Because kings sure do make shit up, that's for sure. I see a picture here of Wrecker. Looks like the Rancor is running towards him. That looks absolutely nothing like... What the hell is that? Cruella. Oh, they're charging for that movie? Yeah, they're crazy. Why you would pay $30 on top of a streaming service? Beyond me. Michael Jackson is in Star Wars would have been the most interesting idea in history. It would have been interesting for sure. Said nobody ever. Yeah. He made great shows like Rebels, Clones, and Mandalorian and Bad Batch. Great shows, huh? Okay. Watch to mess with the fans. They'll make a High Republics Drengiers be what give birth to the Sarlacc. Yeah, they wouldn't surprise me. But we'll never see that because Michael's dead and Disney. Yes. King of Turds, yes. Dill Dunny. Dill Dunny. I always see Disney stuff from the 20s as stuff that would make that would just make me feel uneasy. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff. Yes, I have. It was cool. I have a whole playlist of Star Wars fan films. There's like 100 of them or something in there. Maybe more. I think there's 100 though. There's a cartoon short from 1919 where Felix the cat kills himself with a gas pipe after finding out he has kids. That seems to ring a bell for some reason. Oh man, I am tired. I probably got I don't know, half an hour in me, an hour tops. I'm actually really feeling it. I meant to do Jedi. Yeah, well, they're working on it. Disney themselves are trying to cancel Walt and Disney and Mickey, so that's coming. Especially Walt. They totally want to cancel him. Mickey Mouse, Cash Fast. Best thing you ever seen. Man, my eyes don't hurt, but they're like, you know what I mean? They're heavy, tired. Gas mask. Mass of gas. Rancor in Return of the Jedi just got shown as a baby. Yeah. The Imperial spy from A New Hope kind of looks like a doctor from the days of the Black Pig. Imperial spy from A New Hope. Which Imperial spy? Dick Nose? Is that what you're talking about? Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Yeah, Mr. Sandman is definitely coming for me right now. Dick Nose, yes. Yes. I swear, since I've been a kid, I always call that dude Dick Nose. Oh boy. Fan of Cobra Kai. Absolutely. Cobra Kai was fantastic. That's what Star Wars was supposed to be. That's what Mickey Mouse, Kathleen Kennedy, Dave Dildoni, and all the rest of them should be doing, is what Cobra Kai does. But you have to love and understand the franchise to begin with. Obviously, Disney does not. High-pitched sound as that voice, yeah. I call him Imperial Spy because of Lego Star Wars. Why? They call him Imperial Spy in that? That's, I wonder. Let's see. I know he has a name because Garandon. Is it Garandon? I think it might be. Yep. Good old Dick Nose. Garandon. Imperial Informant. Huh. In canon, let's see what legend says. I never took it as him being a Imperial spy or informant. I took it as, I live on Tatooine. It's sandy, dry, hot. I'm broke. These stormtroopers are looking for someone. If I tell them, maybe they'll give me some credits. But hey, maybe he was an actual spy. Many believe that he was wildly wealthy, though his vast amounts of credits were only seen when he paid for information. He carried a .434 blaster pistol. Huh. Apparently he had a whole career of ratting people out. That's funny. I always took him as just, some guy on Tatooine that was like, oh, look, here's an opportunity. But I never really looked much into his story. Terry Silver. Robert Dick Nose out there crying because of his name. Yes. A lot of these names I know because Lego Star Wars and a character encyclopedia. I always thought the scene of the battle over the Sarlacc where Han is saving the Lando and goes to shoot the tentacle, grabbing the Lando, and he shouts, "Wait, I thought you were blind. Higher, aim higher." Yeah. You always thought, or you always loved, maybe is what you meant. Garandon, yeah. Mos Eisley Spy. General Veers. General Veers. He's one of my favorite Imperial characters. I always loved it, General Veers. The AT-AT Commander. Oof. Well, I gotta say, my eyes are pretty heavy, guys. I'm running out of gas. What do you think of Vader screaming no when he saves Luke? It's the only change I really don't like. I have to see a version of the film without the no. I think it's unnecessary. I personally probably wouldn't have added it, but I mean, it makes sense. Then again, I don't know how vocal Vader would be. I think he would just toss Palpatine, but it doesn't really bother me too much. Added Vader screaming no at the end. Roth, yes. Most people do. I'm not saying that I like it. I would have left it out probably. I'm just saying that it also doesn't like cringe me, or it's not, doesn't seem like such a big deal to me. I could tell that Vader was trying to decide what to do. Yeah. I saw this whole theory the other day. I think it was on comic books, or I forget. But that Vader was always conflicted and couldn't decide if he wanted to take the mantle from Palpatine, and this whole like ridiculous nonsensical explanation, and that even at the end he couldn't decide if he should kill Palpatine because then he would gain the power of the Sith, and he never really wanted the power of the Sith. Okay, again, did you watch the movies? Because he literally says to Luke, Luke, join me. Together we can destroy the Emperor. Hello. Padme, now we can rule our galaxy. Hello. He totally wanted full power and full control. I'm glad that Luke screaming when he falls was edited out of later versions. When he falls from the vein, the outcropping in Bespin, when he jumps. It doesn't really jump, he drops off. Luke screaming is Palpatine scream. There are people who think the OT and PT make no sense, but the STD does. Yeah, well, what can you do? The scream of Luke was cool. I liked it. Man. Well, guys, I gotta say that as much as I want to hang out, I'm starting to see double. I'm really tired. So I think I'm going to call it. We're about to hit 5 hours, so that's pretty good. I've just been so busy these past couple weeks that well, really this past month, that I'm pretty exhausted, and I haven't really had a day of just sleeping in or like just chilling, because this documentary has been like a month, and then so many other things just keep. So I see double too when I'm tired. Yeah, well, plus I'm trying to read your stuff, and I'm just like, my eyes are. Because you guys know, normally I'd be here like 8, 10, 12 hours, but man, I just this past month has been killer, especially that documentary is just all day I'm working on that damn thing. The scream when he let go and fell into Cloud City hole, yeah. Good shit. I'm not sure which part or just the overall, but thanks, I appreciate it. I was watching Return of the Jedi earlier this week. Yeah. Good night. Sleep tight. See you on down the trail. Yeah, you have a good night too. Yeah. I'll hang out for like 2 more minutes so we hit 5 hours just for giggles. But man, I'm beat, guys. I am beat. So I'll get some sleep here and then work on the documentary again some more tomorrow, which it's really close. I just have some little things to tidy up. I mean, honestly, it's done. But because I'm a perfectionist and because, again, it's 14 other contributors, I really want to put the extra in it because I don't want anyone to look bad. Or when I say look bad, not that there's any like commentary or something that's going to make them look bad, but there's like physical blemishes that I need to clean up. Some of the audio was out of sync, which I fixed, and just little stuff like that. So I just want it to look as good as possible. So, but if all goes well, I would think Sunday it'll come out. I said that last Sunday, so but I think it'll probably, if not Memorial Day, but I'm shooting for Sunday right now. It is close. I'm just going over it again. The thing is, a lot of it takes time is because any video, but especially an hour and a half one, it's you do your edits, then you got to render it. That takes like 2 hours with that size video. Then you got to upload it. That takes like another half an hour. Then you got to wait for it to process, which sometimes can wait before it even starts. Usually it goes right away, but then this video processing takes a while. Like it was at least a good hour where it was only an SD. And the thing is, I upload it so I can see it as you guys would see it and find any blemishes or mistakes or whatever, you know what I mean? And I found a couple things, like this one little tiny edit was like a little clip of video, and then it repeats, it like starts over, and then it plays the long clip that it's supposed to be. So just little dumb stuff like that. When you're looking at it for hours and hours and you're making tons of edits, you miss stuff or you make little mistakes. So I upload it so that I can see it as it would be seen by everybody and find the mistakes, and then I put it back in the editor and I write notes. Just to give you an idea. Three pages is just my script of the intro. Then here's some of the editing notes. Here's more editing notes. Right? And I go along and I start scratching stuff out as so I spend hours editing it. Then it takes at least like 2 hours to render it. Then it takes a good half an hour to upload it. Then it takes another hour or so to render in HD. Why does that matter? Because I can watch it in SD and find like audio errors or something out of place. But to really see any kind of artifacts or problems with the video, I got to wait for it to process in HD. So there's more time. I got to wait. Then I watched the whole thing again. That's an hour and a half. All right. So there goes your whole day. Then once I take my notes and see what's missing or needs to be fixed, I go back to the editor, either load up that copy that's been rendered, or I go back to the original copy, depending on what makes more sense. The editor version copy. And then I go through that and fix whatever stuff. Then it's all over again, render it, and it's a whole thing. Anyways, if it was a 5-minute video, it's not that big of a deal. But when it's an hour and a half video, it takes time to render all that. By the way, earlier was it yesterday or today? I can't even remember anymore. I rendered it last night. I fell asleep, let it render. I wake up, and it's like at 98 or something. It's like finishing, right? I go downstairs, I think, make some food or something. I don't remember, but I come back and I'm like, oh, okay, it must be done. Nope, it failed to freaking finish, which is rare, but every now and then you render something and then it just shits out. It clunks out and it just doesn't render it. It just like closes the editor. So then I got to reload the editor. Fortunately, it saves every now and then. It has like a cache, so reboot it. Then render it again. But it wouldn't render. It kept making this little 40 megabyte file. I'm like, oh shit, what the hell's going on? I was freaking out. Like, I can't lose this project. This thing has been a month of work. It's an hour and a half long video. I was freaking out this morning. I tried like 3 times. It kept giving me this stupid little 40 meg file. I'm like, what the fuck? So then I'm like, all right, let me just save the project. Because one thing is you can render it, right? And it makes the actual video. Another thing is you save the project in the editor, so it saves where you're at. Where literally whatever you've imported, where it's at, you can just save the editor version, which is a much smaller file. So I try to save that. It won't let me save it. I'm like, oh, fuck. I can't render it, and I can't save the editor version. I just lost like an entire day's worth of work. Like, I was freaking out. Turns out my hard drive's full. So I'm like, ah, shit. So I saved it on the other hard drive because it has 2 internals, right? A C and a D. One's a solid state, one's a terabyte. So I saved it on C instead, the editing file. So at least I can reboot it, and from there, once I make space. So yeah, I had to delete a bunch of shit, which is another problem. I'm out of hard drive space. So now I'm running into a problem like, how am I going to make more videos? So that's a whole other fucking problem. Anyways, once this documentary is finished, I can delete all the source videos. That'll free up some space. But man, it's like a constant. But you can see how my morning started, and like I wasted hours because it rendered overnight. I went to sleep and I thought I was going to wake up and be like, okay, and nope, it failed. I'm like, ah, shit. So there you go, the life of Not My Star Wars. But hey, it's what it takes to make these videos. So, all right, I'll finish up your last chats, and I gotta hit it because my eyes are just hurting. Thanks, appreciated. Watching Jedi, right? Yeah, good night. Sounds good. Yeah, thanks as always for coming by, that guy. Appreciate you, and it's always good to see you. You have a good night as too. You too, Roberto. You have a great night. Stream on Star Wars Day. I kept checking, but it wasn't on. Then I checked again, and it was over. Huh? That's weird. That's really weird. I was on, I think, for 5 hours or so. It's weird. Jedi Rocks physically hurt me more than therapy from 10 years ago. Whenever I watch Jedi now, I mute the TV and play Lapty Neck. Later, yeah. You have a great night. Through the years, we'll all be friends whenever we may be. MIC. See you real soon. KUY. Why? Because we like you. Mouse E. Mouse Re. Batman suit sucks. It's not perfect until it fits a woman. There you go. Bat women. You should have saved it in your astromech droid. Yeah, good point. Boy, I would love to have a astromech. I'd love to have an R2. Good night, James. Good night, Adaptive. It's good to see you, man. You usually don't come till much later because of the time difference, but good to see you. Good night, everybody. You guys have a great night. Again, I would love to hang out, but I'm beat. Anyways, as far as everything else, the documentary, God willing, will be out Monday. I don't have any other immediate videos. I do need to get on the Empire Project. Well, The Mandalorian Chapter 2, that stupid thing, I need to finish that. So that'll probably be the next kind of medium size. That one's about an hour too. But that's real loosey-goosey, just me shredding on The Mandalorian. It's not really highly edited or anything. So anyways, the documentary will be in the next few days. I got to finish that Mando. I got to get back on the Empire Project, which is another really big one. As far as streams, Wednesday I will do the YouNow. I don't have any other plans for other ones during the week. Man, I need to rest anyways. If anything comes up, I'll do a stream. But Wednesday over on YouNow, I will be over there. So I hope you guys will join me over there. And then, as always, Fridays we will do the normal stream. I guess we'll do Jedi next week. We'll try again. I always mean to do it, and we get into other stuff. It's fine. So yeah. So just remember, Wednesdays I'll be over on YouNow, and then Fridays as usual here. And YouNow. The doc is going to be badass. Again, I'll stress to you guys, when you see it, it's a premiere. I will be in the chat. And the thing is, I have to be conscious of UK time. So it'll probably be 12 lunchtime to 2 p.m., somewhere in there. And, you know, watch it on your TV. Watch it as if it's a movie. Don't watch it as a little video on your phone. So get your friends, get your family. It's totally clean. It's not any bias. There's no language or anything. It's just a totally, you know, neutral, behind the scenes documentary. So get your little niece or nephews or whatever you want to do, and you guys are going to love it. All right. I'm going to get off. Appreciate you guys as always. We will talk soon. You can always reach me if anything. And I hope you guys have a great rest of the weekend. I guess you will see me if the premiere comes out Sunday or Monday. I'll be in the chat. So, and I don't know, maybe if I'm feeling froggy, I might do a little stream after the documentary. I think that one is going to get a lot of views. And I think a lot of people are going to love that video. I hope. It's been a month's worth of work. So I think a lot of people are going to have questions or want to talk about it or whatever. I don't know, maybe not. But I assume that one is going to get a lot of attention. Disney or the real Star Wars? Technically it's Disney. But it's something you haven't seen. None of us ever get to see. It's more of a behind the scenes of how it's being made. So that's what's really cool about it. So it's not like necessarily supporting or praising Disney. It's just a really cool look at something that we never get to see. And from a very street, raw level, not like a, you know, their Lucasfilm's version of a behind-the-scenes documentary. Not that those aren't great. I love those documentaries. I'm just saying that this is a much more raw, you know, these are real people that caught stuff. So, and I'll leave it at that. I don't want to give away too much. But, and I'm going to stream it on YouNow as well. So, why not? So, yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be awesome. It'll be my best editing work up until this point anyway. So, because that's again, a massive, really thought out, put it to you this way. I've made a lot of videos and a lot of them, I put a lot of time and detail and love into all of them. But generally, you know, a video is like 20 minutes or maybe an hour that I cut down to 15 minutes or a 5-minute video. Whereas this is like the Skywalker legacy. All right, a massive undertaking with tons of source material, figuring out the best places to put it, fixing the audio. There's a ton of stuff to it. So it's a really massive project. So look at it that way, that it's on the scale, and in fact, it's better than the Skywalker legacy. Now, the content itself, I'm not saying is better than the Skywalker legacy, but I'm talking about like the level of editing and detail. It's so, if you like the Skywalker legacy, this is like a whole other level. The Empire project coming after that is going to be yet another level. Because this one is like, I put a lot of love into it, but it's basically a piecing together a documentary, and it, more than anything, it's time sensitive, so I have to get it done. Whereas the Empire project, that's a massive, that's like the Skywalker legacy. So the Empire project will be the love, like the Skywalker legacy, and that editing level, but the editing prowess of this documentary. The Empire project is going to be something really special. And then after that, I have a tribute that I'm going to make, but that'll be a 5-10 minute video. And I'm not going to say anything else about that one, but that one I've been planning for a while. So that's going to be another really badass one. But as far as like a big, massive project, the Empire project's the one that's going to really be sick. But anyways, yeah, the documentary will be really cool. You guys are going to love it, I promise. So, all right. With that said, I appreciate you guys. I hope you have a great weekend, and maybe I'll see you Sunday. I mean, I'll definitely be, it will be a premiere, so I will be in the chat. Maybe I'll do a short stream. We'll see. You should try for Sunday because so many people will be off on Monday. Yeah, well, that's why I was asking if people kind of preferred it on Memorial Day. But, yeah, I think Sunday would ideally would be best because everybody's home and the family and all that stuff. So, yeah, technically, it's Disney Star Wars, not Disney itself. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm already giving away too much. So, but it's neutral because it's behind the scenes. So just look at it that way. This still live? Yes. Well, for another minute or two because I'm about to cut off. But yes, I usually do 8 to 12 hour streams. So anyways, thanks for stopping in, and I'm just exhausted because I've had a very long week. Yeah, you guys again are gonna really love that documentary, I promise you. So get your cousins, get your friends, get your girlfriend, get your family. Yeah, it's gonna be badass. Memorial Day is the anniversary of my accident. Oh wow. Wow. Look who showed up late to the party. I'm literally about to end the stream, bro. Amazing. Wow, good work. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, I usually go a lot longer. This month has been, I'm exhausted. I've been working on a really big documentary, amongst other things, which that documentary will be out in the next day or two, hopefully, if everything goes well. And this past week, I've done like 4 streams, and I'm editing, and I'm thrashed. So normally I would stay on longer on a Friday night, but I'm beat. So better for me to get some rest. Tomorrow I can get up fairly early. I'll work all day on the documentary and try my damnedest to get it out for Sunday. So we'll see. It'll be great to have something like that to look forward to. Yeah. And again, it's an hour and a half. So just a heads up there. But it moves. It doesn't, it's not like super slow. The first half is slower than the second half. Like, keep that in mind too. The juicier stuff is on the second half, but it moves. I'm going to deep dive this channel. Oh, well, here, enjoy. I have like 200 videos, so by all means, enjoy. If you, I mean, I couldn't even, right now I'm so tired. There's so many videos, but depending, just, you know, look, because I talk about so many different things. But if you're looking like for an overall, a video that everybody loves is the Skywalker Legacy documentary. Everybody loves that thing. So there's one suggestion for you. But I happen to think all my videos are pretty damn good. So have fun, look around. Every Friday I'm here. Wednesdays on YouNow. So we can talk some more. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you, YouNow crowd, for stopping in. And appreciate you guys. That our stream the other day was epic. Oh, I'm glad you you had fun over there. 8-hour stream. The YouNow, I had a lot of fun on there. I'm looking forward to next week and doing those. That was fun. So, and it felt nice because I don't have to like worry about canon and rules and setting up anything. It was like, just come on and hang out and talk. So again, I hope you guys will come out on Wednesdays and check that out because it was fun. 5.5 hour stream tonight. Amateur could stream you under the table, buddy. Yes, I'm sure he could. I'm sure he could do twice what I do. Will do. Yeah. Normally I would like give you a bunch of videos to look at and you could ask me, but I'm beat. I'm so beat right now. But the Skywalker Legacy, everybody loves that. That's an almost 3-hour documentary, but everybody loves that one. And of course, there's all kinds of stuff. If you just look at my videos, box office, you know, dumb shit they say, all kinds of stuff. Anyways, you won't be disappointed. I appreciate it, Bobby. I work hard. That I can tell you. Chat about 9/11 for a few minutes? No, absolutely not. But on Wednesday, you can come for hours and we can talk about 9/11. Make those minifigures. And yes, there is a mini. Okay, yeah, I figured there has to be. I always like to talk about a 9/11 in the 20. It's the 20th anniversary this year. Yeah. The YouNow stream was fun. Looking forward to Wednesday. Yeah. Yeah, I hope a lot more of you will. Come over there on Wednesdays. It's just open chat and talking about whatever. So, all right, I'm getting off. Stop it. I've been on here another 20 minutes. Appreciate you guys. I will see you soon. Hopefully Sunday. Messy. Hopefully Sunday. The doc will be up. If not, I think definitely by Monday. But we'll see. I sometimes don't want to say too much because anything can happen, but at this point it's really close, so I feel pretty confident that Sunday or Monday. Anyways, it will come out when it's ready. Put it to you that way, because this one's important. I really want it to look great, And but it's right there. I'm very close, so just cleaning up a few things. All right. Always remember why Disney does what they do.
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
Also remember,
please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself.
I always get such a chuckle out of that. He did. Oh man. Oh. Life in the fast lane. And I will see you guys after.
After. After what? After.
I always loved that since I saw the Karate Kid the first time. After. Alrighty. I hope you guys had tons of
fun.
And stay tuned because.
And this is only the beginning. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh boy. Someone wants to say good night. Indeed. All right, one more for you.
Uba.
What is that? Brie Larson's clip. Every time our final look at the camera and that added zoom kills me. Yes. Oh Lord. Messi is the greatest football player in the history of the sport. Period. In fact, the two greatest players to ever play the sport are from Argentina. I will see you Wednesday, or I will see you sooner for the premiere. You guys have a great night, and I'm out. Be good, and may the force be with you. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the force be with you.